Hello and welcome to the AEOS League India once again. This is day two, and if you have for some reason missed out on day one, then you're missing out on some banger games. Lobo, can you walk us through what was your favorite game in the first day?
Oh my god, that's a loaded question, man. I think the game I saw against Flip It, any one of Flip It's games for me were so well done yesterday because not only were they ahead so much by about 400 500 points at the Ray fight, they decided to keep to their namesake and they flipped it anyway. Beautiful combination. We thought their team on paper was the weaker team, but they just came out and dominated. So Flip It for me, one of the better performances, my favorite games, and also now one of my favorite teams.
Definitely. And if I did not introduce anyone, my name is Rabbits. The one you just heard speaking was Lobo, and on top, on the right side, we have It's Me, Foo Mighty. I'm never gonna give up on that name. And if I remember, Foo, you were following the entire run for IND Elite.
Yes. Yes, that's what I was going to bring up. So I know they had a tough loss in the winners bracket, but they definitely showed up in the losers. They won both their matches 2-0, and I think I'll be vouching for them today. They've obviously done extremely well yesterday, but day two is where it matters, right? We've got 16 teams. We want to look for the top 5 to qualify for the phase 3, so it's crunch time for a lot of these teams.
Right, and we are finally down to the final 6 teams here with us. And I'll just give it a rundown. Flip It and Vilexim is on round 3 from the upper bracket. They're going to be the first match today. For the second match in the upper bracket, we have Badmash 5 and Matka Believers. Matka, which we already discussed, is another word for Flip It. And from the losers bracket, we have 2 teams still hanging on, which is IND Elites and Maqsad ACL. So for the people who are in the losers bracket, all their games are do or die. Once they lose one of their sets, they're just out of the tournament. For the people in the upper bracket, they still have 2 games to go. So do you think at this point in the tournament, when it's so ahead, there is a certain advantage for someone like Flip It or Matka Believers who still have to face a tired team who has already played so many matches?
I think it's actually safer for these teams because their name is Flip It to actually flip the Rayquaza because they've got a safety net, right? They have the insurance policy of the losers bracket. Whereas something like you said, IND Elites, if they lose the set, they're going to be out of the tournament and potentially out of the chance of getting into that phase 3, right? Regardless, I'm sure all these teams are vying to be number 1 for this phase 2. But at the end of the day, if they can get into phase 3, that is going to be the prime spot for them to be in.
Oh, definitely. And there's a player in Matka Believers, I'll just point out if you guys end up covering that game. His name is Adi. He plays support, and if you remember, he has been securing Blissey with his Rayquaza with the Blissey eggs.
Right. Okay.
So just keep a
look
lookout. He might also secure Rayquaza with a hyperspace hole. I've seen that happen quite a few times, and he's gonna completely hate me for bringing it out loud in this stream right now. But if we are correct right now, I believe Flip It and Vilexim are almost ready.
Mhm.
So I believe Lobo and Fu just take the stage.
Before
Easy
before we
done.
get before we switch on over to just me and Fu, before we say goodbye to you, Ravage, there's one other aspect of this amazing tournament that I love that's come through, and that's Fearless Draft. Now, I kind of want you to explain the Fearless Draft. For those who haven't been watching, for those who haven't been paying attention, I want you to give us a quick brief overview of what Fearless Draft is and how it can really change the format going into these matches. As we do know, it's double elim. So losers are out, but the winners, they don't have the easiest run with what is coming through with Fearless Draft.
Right, obviously. So let's take it a little bit slow. With Fearless Draft, what happens? If you're taking Pokemon Unite, you definitely have a favorite. You definitely have a comfort pick. There's nothing like a comfort pick here. Once you have selected a Pokemon in game 1, you cannot go with the same Pokemon on game 2. And let's say for some reason that it's a game, it's a set of 3 games. Both the teams have 10 Pokemons banned for each of them because once you have picked a Pokemon, you cannot pick that again. And then we have 2 bans as well. So in the final game, for some reason, we'll see like 14 Pokemons banned off from both the team. So let's say it's a set of 3 games. You definitely have to pick something that you might have tried once or twice in rank, but it's certainly not your comfort pick.
Excellent. Fearless Draft makes this sweet. It's sweet, and I'm so keen to see what we go. But I think teams are ready, right? Teams are ready. Game's ready. I think we're ready to go. Ravage, you kick back and have a little bit of a break. You're doing so much good work, man. Fu, it's off to me and you. Back to the races once again for our game, man. How excited are you to just watch this region once again?
Absolutely. I'm always keen to have a look at how the India region plays their tournaments, and just looking at the bans here, not very surprised coming on from yesterday as well. We've got a Charizard, a Gyarados, a Blaziken, and also a Leafeon. So it means I guess the playing field is open for something like your Cerulege and also Mimikyu, which I know you love.
Oh, my Mimikyu is out on the field. I'm very excited to see what this has to offer. It's running that attack, X attack item as well as the stacking, so we could see either one of the Play Rough or the Shadow Claw build. We've got Nightmare on the Cerulege. He was a big problem for everyone to handle with on that Cerulege yesterday. Ragnar pulling out the Mew, and we also could have a Urshifu locked in as well. We have not seen too much of the Water Bear Fu, but Dark Bear making its mark on the scene here in India. It's very interesting that how popular that mon seems to be over here.
I can't really see the items at the moment. It could be both bears, but what I really want to focus on is this XP share that's on the Pikachu at the moment. That means, Lobo, this Mamoswine is going to be so massive going to that middle game, and I think that's something that can really exploit, right? Able to isolate a member from Flippit to really get KO'd by something like an Icicle Spear from the Glaceon or even the Mimikyu Shadow Claw or Play Rough, whichever move they actually go through. I think it's going to be so good for them. At the end of the day, because there is a Glaceon, Lobo, you don't really need too much damage coming out of the Pikachu. All you need is just going for the stuns. Now, I look really stupid at the moment because as I'm saying this, Pikachu has now taken off the XP share. So just think about all the things I said and throw it out the window. That is a strategy for another time.
Look, you know what? It's the caster's curse, mate. It's whenever I pick someone where I think it's going to get locked in and it gets flipped up on us. But look, that Mamoswine is such a big problem. It is a defender that has come out of absolutely nowhere. It hadn't received that many buffs either. It's still a very high level, evolving at level 9 with access to that Unite move at level 9. But even as a little bitty Piloswine, the medium-sized pig, it's still so good at disruption, and Ice Fang's so good. We saw Flippit use this combination of Glaceon and Mamoswine yesterday to very good effect. It's one of the combination, the team comps that they came up with that really did well. So I'm hoping that we're going to see possibly a Pikachu Volt Tackle into this one, because you go Ice Fang into Volt Tackle into a Glaceon Icicle Spear. I don't think anyone's really going to survive that, but let's see if these players make us eat our words, my guy. It might be a Cerulege heading into lane with Kubfu taking that central area.
Interesting, but it's also understandable, right? You do want that Urshifu up at that level 5 as soon as possible. Now, something to note is Vilixim actually doesn't have your traditional supporter here. There's actually no heals coming out from the team. So it's all about damage, all about CC, and all about securing the levels as early as possible. As this Jigglypuff is just going to run away a little bit after they have tried to secure this farm. The Eevee is looking to actually push up a little bit more. So a little bit of a scramble and a messy fight coming in from both these paths as the Clefairy's trying to get out from two members of Vilixim on top path. Meanwhile, this Kubfu is still looking to evolve.
Yeah, absolutely. Mimikyu taking that central area. That Charcadet managed to get a lot of nice stacks, but it's trying to get back towards its base. It's going to get warded off by a little Pilot, a little Swine up there with the Glaceon online as well. Both these teams a little bit excited, Fu. They are in the top bracket. They know what they're fighting for. So a little bit of chaos early on is exactly what we want to see. Kubfu's still not online yet, but Mimikyu is inside that top lane. Glaceon online. This is going to be a problematic lane for them to deal with an unevolved here. Here goes Cerulege is going to go on in with that Bitter Blade. Glaceon's got those Icicle Spears all signed up. The Icicle Spears are on the barrage. Oh, and the tail wag, managing to take down the Cerulege as Urshifu just a little bit too slow on that rotation this time around.
Yeah, it was kind of a really, really slow clear coming out of the Urshifu. They didn't actually get to the birds at 850 at all, which means it was a 3v2, and unfortunately that just spells trouble for that Ceruledge trying to get access to that Glaceon in the backline. At the end of the day, I think the Glaceon's going to be the absolute hero if no one can actually tame that problem, right? Clefable trying to get out of the stuns, but I think the spears are going to be too good as they get another knockout there. We don't want to feed this Glaceon too much if you're Flip It, because then, you get your access to your Unite move, the spears are going to come raining down.
And as we see, the Pikachu has decided to go for the Mage build. Urshifu is going to hunt down the little rat that could. Beautiful eject duck button. We thought it was going to go straight down into that top side, but it decided to eject back in towards its central area, dropping down the Thunder. Urshifu not going to be able to get a possible stack that's needed, and it is just going to have to get on out here with Wiggly running it down as Glaceon and Mamoswine, the ice lane for this new season. It seems like, Fu, we missed the Mamoswine and the Alolan Ninetales, but the ice lane's proving very, very strong right now, as we do see Mimikyu coming out with the Shadow Claw moveset as Velixen break that tier 1 for the side and take a commanding lead.
Definitely a command lead of Velixen, as the Ice Spears are going to be raining down once again in this top path here. Mimikyu proving to be very strong there, almost level 9, almost at its Unite move, which is so good at shutting enemies down. So, look at this pile of swine going to pick up and isolate this Clefable, which is, screaming for the team to come up there. Flip It is still a little bit slow on some of these rotations, and that just gives so much space for this Glaceon to just rip anyone that's coming their way. I mean, front to back is really a strategy that they like to employ here as the Mamoswine, just to get out with the Earthquake, but suddenly the rip is coming out from Flip It. They really are going with their name. They are going to be flipping this objective, and no one on the team of Velixen is actually going to look at this Regieleki, which could cause them trouble here as a potential pressure starts building in this top half.
Yeah, absolutely. All 5 members of Flip It decided to go for that. They had the secures on their side, but they have not backed off just yet. They've got the assist from the Lecky. The Mage Pikachu Thunderbolt's doing a fantastic job just keeping them away whilst they deal with the other electric threat that's barreling down on them. And look, Flip It managed to secure that Regieleki, but they weren't able to do too much with it as Umbreon's now going down bottom to try and get a few dunks in. Ceruledge staying up top. Pikachu just leeching that red buff, but leaving it there on half health as we see a Mimikyu possibly engaging, going in on the Shadow Claw, and Ceruledge just barely able to get beautiful Mimikyu. He decides to play with the Dark Bear as it decides to now eject out, and Velixen keeping this ball rolling as they've now taken down 2 tier 1s against Flip It. Flip It really need to start getting some experience back for their side.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of big overdunk there in the top half there, so they're definitely in a very good position there. I'm not sure whether they get the 40. Yes, they do. The Urshifu managed to just dunk in and sneak in that 40 to break that tier 1 pad in the bottom path there, so I guess a little bit of relief for their team. This also opens up so much farm for both sides of the team, and I really want to see them actually capture these Pokemon instead of taking some unnecessary fights here. You can see Ceruledge is kind of hiding in the bush, waiting. But so is the Glaceon, so kind of a stalemate at the moment as both teams are just kind of sensing what the next team is going to do. I mean, if you're Velixen, you've got the upper hand here. You've got the rip potential. You want to make sure that you use your Unites for this next engage.
And speaking of Unites, the Thunderstorm's going to come on down. 2 members falling for the side of Flip It. Urshifu left on absolutely nothing. It's going to go on in and try and use its Unite move. Does get taken down there. Thunderstorm, beautiful engage. Mew is going to pop its Unite. Mimikyu low. Where is the Mew going to pop out? Here gets Shadow Sneak into. As soon as he comes out, Ice picked up. And that was a beautiful counterplay by Velixen there, for great way to use a Pikachu ult. The Thunderstorm taking out 2 members before they even knew what hit them.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why the Mew united to go back into the fight there. It was clearly a losing battle, but, with that being said, all the levels now going on the side of Velixen. We've got a level 12 Mimikyu up and running, and I don't know whether they're going to actually push and try to siege this tier 2 of Flip It here. It seems like some sort of engagement going off as the Mana Mass is going to go and cause rampant damage to both the Urshifu and the Clefable, but gets shut down by the Clef close combat. The wishes are coming true for this little Clefable at the moment, but, while this is all happening, Glaceon is just going to rip this basement Reggie for free and, provide some buffs. That's going to be a Reggie Rock for them at the moment there, as the Urshifu tries to unite, gets shut down immediately by the Shadow Claw once again. Right now, it just seems like Velixen are in the driver's seat, Lobo. They seem to have this commandingly on the game. All the engagements are going their way. They are controlling both the points and the levels at the moment. We need to see something come out of Flip It.
Yeah, absolutely. A 3 KO streak picked up on the Mimikyu. We're figuring out why this mon is so readily banned. Cerulege Unite move on to the Glaceon. That's a smart move. Glaceon is a little bit squishy. Pikachu is going to come on in with the Thunderstorm, but the Wigglytuff, I think one of the most unsung heroes when it comes to this kind of play. A Sing getting put to sleep when there's a Mimikyu around, when there's a Pikachu around that's running that mage build. A Wigglytuff Sing and being able to just block anyone away is such a good combination there. But Flip It really need to figure out what they're going to do here. They may be a little bit behind. Actually, when we look at the levels, Fu, we got 3 level 12s and 2 level 10s on the side of Flip It, 1 level 13, and everybody else level 11 on the side of Velixum. So the levels kind of, for me, seem a little bit more in the hand of Flip It. We've got 250 on the board left to go with 170 to 195. It does look like Velixum is getting a better hand of these team fights as Mamoswine gets caught out here by 4 members of Flip It, tries to get out but unable to do so. Cerulege is going to try and protect the top, but again, a lot more even on paper than we're actually seeing in these fights, Fu.
Yeah, that's this game, right? The comeback mechanic is so, I guess, nice. You know, when you break pads, you get so much extra experience, and you know, if you're good at clearing them, Flip It really has a chance to get back to level disparity. But the Icicle Spears rains down once again to pick up Nightmare, and he's going to be out of the fight until Rayquaza here. The Urshifu goes in, baits the cleanse from the from the Wigglytuff rather, and we're just popping Unite, it seems, Lobo. The light screen from the Mew stopping all forms of that Mammo Mash, and that's going to be a waste of a Unite move as they're going to go in, and in combination with the Thunderstorm, going to fend out so many people from Flip It. There is 2 members down. It's going to be a 5v3 at the moment, and you know, like they say, copy your teammates as the Flip It goes through. But it's going to be the Urshifu that actually secures for the team. They're saying, this is our name. We are Flip It. You can Flip It against us, but it's going to be the wicked blow that secures it for them, Lobo.
Oh, what a wicked blow alongside the Cerulege Unite, but Cerulege unable to score. There's still points on the map. No, Wigglytuff is going to get the score, and he's not. Umbreon is there to do a fantastic job, but can they get the point? Yes, the Urshifu scored bot side. The Urshifu scored bot side. The Pikachu is down. The Cerulege is down. It's 256 to 195 for this one. Oh my God, Fufu. There's still 1 minute left on the map. There's still 1 minute left in this game. There's less than 100 points left in this game. There's about 60... No. Am I wrong? 60 odd points. 61 odd points. My quick math. But Urshifu still has shield. Urshifu still has shield. Manages to get the 50 dunk in. And he has just given Flip It an amazing lead now. And it is now on Velixum, who are in control of this matchup, to try, with 45 seconds left on the map, to get some points in.
Yeah, I do want to see Velixum actually converge on one path here. There's not enough time to actually play a split push, as the Urshifu is going to drop in more with the Umbreon as well. So that the lead is now extending for them. They need to pick up this Mew as soon as possible to get some dunks in. They're just shy of around, what, like 200 and a bit points. I mean, with the Urshifu there stopping all forms of scoring with its true damage, this might be a little bit of a tall mountain to climb for them. As Unites are popping in, the Thunderstorm goes through, the Mammoth Mash runs again. Finally connects on some people, but the Urshifu yet again proving way too strong with its Dark Bear moveset, taking down all members of Velixum. And I mean, that's going to be really disheartening for Velixum, right? I think they played that raid quite well at the beginning, but then just saying, you know, ripping is the best way to move forward in that scenario is just a little bit unfortunate, especially considering that Wicked Blow, it was still available for Flip It.
With all the members on Flip It's team that had the ability to secure the Mew, the Urshifu, and even the Cerulege, we saw that Unite get popped out from Cerulege, try to secure, and then the Wicked Blow also managing to secure as well. I don't know why Velixum decided to go for that flip. They were comfortable. They had 3 members down, only 2 members there up for Flip It, but Flip It held to their name, and where they said we're not going to get beaten at our own namesake. So I'm very keen to see how Velixum decide to respond to this one. Now we know that any of the mons that were picked on either of these sides' teams cannot be used again. But, you know, we could see the reverse. We could see the Glaceon and the Pikachu come out for the side of Flip It. We know how much they like to use that last night. They used the Pikachu Mamoswine combination with the Glaceon to really, really good effect. I'm keen to see what Velixum has left in their pack. But Fu, we have not seen Charizard, we haven't seen Leafeon, haven't seen Blaziken, haven't seen Metagross. There's still a lot to come from that. What are you expecting to see in the next match?
Well, I'm not really expecting to see Charizard or Gyarados or Blaziken because they seem to be very popular bans for both of these teams. So I don't know whether they're going to actually let anybody through. But like you said, it is a fearless draft. So perhaps if they can't play any of the other Pokemons, they might need to be able to ban other mons in order to make sure that their team actually has picks that they're comfortable with, right? Obviously, it's all about the tug of war, right? You can take some of the picks that you want, but you might have to give some of the nicer picks or the more meta picks to the enemy team as well. I mean, if you're Velixum, you really expected to win that game, especially seeing how they went into that first 2 minutes with 3 members down on the side of Flip It. But at the end of the day, stuff like this happens. You just have to move on to the next game, right? Think about how you're going to adapt to the situation. There is still possibility to turn this around. It is a best of 3, right? Obviously, like we said, it is fearless, but maybe this sets them up for some Pokemons they actually want to play for this game number 2.
Cool. As we get these teams ready to go into that second match, fearless draft is only something that we've been seeing used in these grassroots style tournaments. Fu, I want to ask you, both you and I have played UCS before. We know what it is like. You as well did go to Worlds. Congratulations on that as well. That experience must have been fantastic. I'm curious what your thoughts are on a fearless draft system being brought into the UCS concept. What do you make of that possibly being brought into like the competitive side of Pokemon Unite when we get to the official start of the season?
For sure. I think it is a great idea, to be honest, and I'll keep kind of my spiel short as the draft is going to start up for the second game. But I think as the Pokemon company adds more Pokemons into Unite, it definitely is an option for Fearless Draft to really come about. But looking at this game number 2, Lobo, Ceruledge and Charizard banned on the side of Flip It. They do not want to play or go into that at all, with Mimikyu getting banned and the Trevenant. That's very interesting. That's probably the first defender, apart from Slowbro, we see are banned from this game.
Look, Trevenant's so good at lockdown. It's so good at repositioning. It is a defender that just does not want to go down. Mimikyu was such a problem for Flip It in that previous game, and Velixen probably respecting whoever plays Mimikyu on the side of Flip It because they just don't want to go up against it. Ceruledge, also a big nightmare, but there is another big nightmare, pun intended, as Nightmare does pick up the Gyarados, a big problem if that Gyarados is allowed to get online early. Slowbro being let out of ban jail as well. Slow Beam, Fu, still one of the best Unite moves in the game?
I think Slowbro's really just characterized by its Unite move. The rest of the kit, is always overshadowed by the fact that you can just lock down one member. Like I said, I'm so interested to see the decision of banning out Trevenant and giving up Slowbro, because that's the obvious choice that Flip It has, right? In this scenario, they also actually give both Gyarados and Leafeon, which is going to be a terrifying duo to go into something like a Blaziken. I'm not sure whether it's actually able to handle a lot of the burst damage that these two Pokemon have, right? Blissey is there as your support, but it seems like they're bringing in more frontline. Mr. Mime, that is a damage Mime there, and also an Umbreon. So I'm honestly, on paper, Lobo, I'm a little bit scared for Velixum. It doesn't seem like they have actually enough damage to, as opposed to something like a Leafeon, Gyarados, and Serena trio. However, right, this is what I guess these tournaments are about, right? Experimentation, and maybe they can inspire me to work on damage Mime, but that looks like what we're seeing here.
Oh mate, I would if we're gonna both be playing in those early AEOS Cups, I would love to see you play a damage Mime. That would be amazing amounts of fun. But I want to point out Serena has been a very popular pick inside this India region, especially for yesterday. We saw a number of Serenas do fantastic jobs. We saw both the triple axel and stomp build. So will the Queen take center stage? We do not know yet, but it is going to be flanked by its Royal Guards of Leafeon and Gyarados. Blaziken could have a chance to pop off here with not only Mew, Mr. Mime, and Umbreon, plus a Blissey behind it. I'm expecting big things from Vic on that Blaziken this time round. For again, teams very different, very differently set up, but I guess this is the exciting part of this tournament. But we are at round 2. If Flip It take it 2-0, Velixum will be going down into the losers bracket, and Flip It will continue their impressive run inside the winners bracket. Where do you see the strengths of these teams lying? Where is the linchpin for each of these teams?
You brought up Serena. I think Serena definitely has now seen more of the spotlight because of the recent changes to its Unite move. Whether or not it's a bug or what it's intended, it wasn't actually in the patch, but now you can actually Unite unstoppable targets. That means you can unite Mime, you can unite Blissey during its unite. There's so much more counterplay now available for Serena to actually go up against the matches that it doesn't really like. So I'm keen to see how this central area Serena goes about and, you know, plays the game. And like you said, whether the Queen will actually take center stage here. Now, the Magic Cup on top, we know for the top path needs to get a little bit of a help to really come online there, as this Chansey is just looking to steal some farm and get some stacks of its own. But it is so crucial, and I want to see stuff like that, Serena coming up early to help this Magic Cup, because if it Magic Cup stays past 8 minutes, like this, for example, getting knocked out like Torchic, that is horrendous for their team, especially in the early game.
Fu, I'm seeing a red buff around Mr. Mime. I'm seeing a red buff around Mr. Mime. That damage Mime is going to come online as quickly as possible. Magicup's going to be forwarded here, but I was about to say, Magicup really does like these mons that do like to stack, like a Blissey, like a Blaziken, but with a Mime on your tail, with a Mew now is a 4v2 situation on the top side. Magicup just going to have to eject out there as Leafeon is here to back it up, and the Queen not fully evolved yet, but we've got a 4v4 situation inside the top lane. Leafeon's going to go down. Mr. Mime gets taken down by Serena, by the Steenie, my apologies. Blissey gonna go down as well. Magicup only needs 1 assist or possibly even a little bit of a score to get online, and Serena fully evolved as Blaziken does take it down, does manage to take down the Eldegoss as a Flipper are just gonna make their way back, and Leafeon providing a little bit of distraction to get everybody else out. Gyarados online for that big dragon is now gonna start causing problems.
Yeah, it's really what I like to see from Flipper, and exactly the scenario they want to be in as well. That Magikarp getting that assist on that KO on top was just so beneficial. They got some stacks as well, which is just an added bonus, and now they can really just run about. You know, even though they're level 4, heading level 5 at the moment, the amount of damage and I guess just jump from the moveset that it has at the moment, using that bounce and Dragon Breath, is going to be so much damage into the Chansey, or the Blissey rather. And I mean, just this Glossifer able to be Eldegoss as well. I mean, they've won that lane for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The Gyarados had a chance to score a few more tiny points to get those stacks, but you know, Gyarados already strong enough. Having 3 stacks as it is going to be a nightmare to deal with. Serena's just going to take all of that middle lane farm. Flip It were on the back foot early on in the previous game, but now they are showing absolutely no mercy as they are going for everything. 84-31, Slowbro and Leafeon scoring down bottom. Serena's making her way down top. Blissey just has to run away, but Gyarados going to bounce right on top of it at the KO. We've got a 3v2 situation. Serena has no problem drop kicking all the way in. It's going to stomp its way out. Leafeon coming in with the Emerald 2-step, takes down the Mew, and now Mr. Mime, the damage Mime, is not able to get away as Serena stomps her way to victory and is probably just going to get a nice little 10 over dunk, but I think they're waiting. I like that. I like that. Look, the Slowbro has 16. There was a possible chance for a 30 over dunk, but Blissey's going to do everything it can to stop. This is what happens when you wait a little bit too much, but now they're just going to have to get back instead of breaking that pad. But I think that was better in the long run for keeping that pad low and going for the bigger over dunk.
Yeah, and I don't know how the Mime is actually getting away with it. They were so under level to begin with, but they have unlocked their level 9, which means that you know, the showtime is available for them in that next team fight, which I think will be happening very, very soon, as this Gyarados and Leafeon are looking to converge on this little skirmish that they have in this bottom path here. Big bounce to go in there. Mime gets taken down instantly before he can even unite, and I don't know whether this Mew can actually survive with this Umbreon to actually turn this fight around. I mean, there's just not enough damage coming in from Velixim at the moment, as just members are just dropping like flies as the Stomp is coming through. The Gyarados Dragon Breath is going to pick up a KO streak of 3. I mean, like, on paper, like I said, they need to be over-leveled here if they're going to be playing just the Mew Blaziken for damage and a little Mime. Like, this siege on this basement, I guess, tier 2 pad is going to be so impactful for Flipper, and definitely the position they want to be in.
Yeah, look, it's left on 2. If they can get a few KOs like they've just done, Umbreon's going to come on in with its Midnight Prance Unite move. Mew's also going to Unite move as well, as a Slow Beam does go off as well. Leafeon's going to go in with the Emerald 2-step. The Unite moves are flying left, right, and center. They want to try and get as big a dunk on this low pad as they can, but it looks like they're not even going to break this. Gyarados is going to try and get as many points off the ground as it can, but they do break the tier 2 and finally get rid of that pad. 94-254 for it, and we're not even at the full 5-minute mark.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough to watch, and I'm trying to think about what Velixim can actually do to turn this, I guess, tide around. Like, I'm just going back to that Mime and the fact that he's playing Psychic, which is really not what I expected. Psychic and a Power Swap really gives the sense it's like a Petal Dance Venusaur build, and in that case, why not just play Petal Dance Veno into that team? I just don't know whether it's actually worth play a mine, but maybe they've got some sort of idea or strategy behind their up their sleeve, such as power swapping the Blaziken maybe, and just Blaziken carries everything. I'm not too sure, but it's working so far in terms of getting this Regieleki, so I should probably shut the hell up, right? But in this fight at the moment, the Bliss Assist is going to go back on the Mime here. It truly is damage Mime at the moment, as the Mew is going to unite in very aggressively. The overheat misses the Slowbro, so the Slowbro survived this engagement, and now Villixim is actually running out of firepower to push this pad. I think they need to get out. They've lost so many levels already. They've lost so many members. The Stomp is going to come out one more time, and yet again, I mean, it's like it's just written in the history books. Flipit is just winning these engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed to push that objective more than they needed to actually effectively take down the Slowbro. Even though the Regieleki has walked into the pad, it doesn't look like Flipit really cares. There's the slow beam onto the Blaziken now. Everyone's going to go back in. The stomps around. Blaziken does not get out. Midnight Prance coming out from the Umbreon. Mime Showtime is all on the field, but it is dropping like flies. The stomp from the Queen is just doing too much damage as Gyarados is now here. Blissey goes down. It's only Umbreon left as Blaziken is now revived. 120 to 290. Flipit playing with a level of confidence, and I dare say, want to say arrogance, Fu. They are just confident in these Ray fights. They are taking positions where they really shouldn't be getting out of these positions, but they are doing an incredible job of it. But do we see? We saw this happen in the previous game. They were well ahead. They took the lead, and they decided to flip it anyway. Could we see another repeat of what happened yesterday?
Said Flipit is probably the best case scenario for Villixim, unironically, because they're so behind in points, they're so behind in levels. It is going to be so hard to win any team fight at the moment, and they also are behind in points, which means they need to actually stay in the playing field to actually score, right? If you do somehow miraculously get that Rayquaza. But a minute to go, it's just going to be a final fight here. Everyone is probably just looking to get those final KOs before the Rayquaza fight is going to go up. We've got the Power Swap on the Blissey just to get it out of the way, as the Stomp Serena is just so relentless to try to get one slight KO here. Maybe getting a little bit too greedy is Flipit at the moment, as they're just pushing into this, previous flux zone of Villixim. I mean, it's just very it pains me to see the fact that Mew is only level 10. I mean, the Solar Beam is just going to tickle, the bulk of Flipit, right? It's really not going to do that poke damage that Mew is known for, right? And especially having no XP share just means that it needs to either get some farm, at least get to level 12 before this final fight.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the opposite side, we see a level 13 Serena, level 14 Leafeon, level 14 Gyarados, as Gyarados takes that top Regieleki with 11 seconds to go. Villixim have no option this time. They're just going to let it walk. They have to take a fight here. They're going to have to make sure that this fight goes on, as Gyarados is also going to go for a 50 dunk inside the top path and extend that lead to almost 310 points. But here we go. The big fight is going on. Bliss Assist has already popped out. The Midnight Prance coming out from the Umbreon. Blaziken's already been taken now. Like you said, those solar beams are just tickling as the Dragon Breath takes down the Mew as well, and Mime goes down in quick succession. The only one left alive is the Umbreon, and I don't know if it has what it takes to take this away from Flipit.
It's just it's a huge task, right, to try to secure as Umbreon against 5 members of Flipit there. I mean, as soon as the slow beam actually connected on the Blaziken, it was pretty much game over there. That one of the best securers on the team that can actually survive a bit of damage, it was just knocked out as the first member. I mean, it was just a game for Flipit to win. And I think, I don't want to really, say it too early on, but just looking at the draft when we went into that game, Lobo, I knew it was going to be a tough one for Villixim. And, they put out a valiant effort. They fought their fights well, right? But it's just at the end of the day, when you're drafting Pokemons like this against something like a Gyarados, a Leafeon, and a Serena, which scales quite well into that late game, you just really don't have that firepower, do you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the Slowbro getting into the 60k damage there. Eldegoss doing a brilliant job healing. The Queen didn't really take center stage. I feel like that went to the Gyarados and the Leafeon this time around, but 79 and 100k damage. Again, we had this conversation with Ravage yesterday. Sometimes that first game is kind of just used, especially when it comes to this Fearless draft, that first game is used to kind of test the waters out. You know what I mean? If you win the first game with a comp that you're just kind of testing, and you bring out the actual comp that you're quite confident with in the second round, a second round goes like this. Villixim were a lot more, I want to say, aggressive and forward pushing this time around. Probably testing something out. Mr. Mime, not sure if that was the way to go. Mew didn't really have a chance to get online, and Blaziken didn't have too much support, even though the Blissey healed 81k damage. But it's going to be an interesting one. But it's not the end for Velixim. They are going to go down into the losers bracket and try and fight their way up, where they are going to have to fight and take on some very, very hungry opponents. But Flip It looking very strong from the very, very first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think they really got that momentum, right, Lobo, from that first game that they didn't really mean to win. To be honest, I think that they played the early side of that Rayquaza fight quite poorly, but somehow managed to escape with a W, which meant that they've got so much more safety net, right, to actually play the second game quite well. And they really got handed a really nice draft as well, a demon draft, if I could call it that. And I mean, they just ran away with it, and that's exactly what you need to do in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is where the game is won 90% of the time. I want to say 80% of the time. But we've seen, I keep bringing up yesterday because it was such a fun time to watch. Sometimes drafts are just not exactly how they go on paper. We saw a lot of weak drafts come through, and they did a fantastic job. Whereas now on paper we saw Flip It had the much stronger draft, and they did a great job. So I'm actually super excited to see how they go up against their next opponents.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great, progression, right, for them in the bracket. Remember, we're looking for that top 5 as the teams are going to be progressing on to phase 3, which actually has 3 other invited teams for a top 8 scenario here. So, I mean, winning in round 3 of winners is exactly where you want to be, going into that semifinals as well, and most likely locking you in a position at least for that next week or phase 3 of this competition. So that's going to be our first set of round 3 finish, ladies and gentlemen. Flip It is going to be taking this 2-0. Our next matchup is going to be Badmash 5 and Macta Believers. But before we get that, as it's getting readied up, I want to kind of find out what Ravage has whenever he's ready about his thoughts on that game. Because, I mean, for the first game was definitely very close, yeah, Lobo, but the second game was definitely more of a domination by Flip It.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really keen to see what Ravage has to say. He knows this region. He knows these players. He knows what's the what when it's going on. He's the one that's giving us a lot of the behind-the-scenes info. So I'm really keen to see what he has to say about that game, especially how Velixim performed in the first game as opposed to how they performed inside the second game. So as soon as I do believe there might be some issues going on with the camera, but we'll get him in as soon as possible. But the next game that you guys are going to be, you are going to be joined by Ravage is going to I believe, Macta Believers and Badmash 5. That's going to be
I'm
an
very
interesting
excited
game.
for that.
Yeah, because
sure.
we got to watch a few games previously. We've both seen Macta Believers, and we've also seen Badmash 5. They're very popular teams, as I'm told, here in India. So it should be a really, really good game. In terms of the meta, Fu, what are you thinking? What are some of the things that you're seeing right now that we could possibly take back to OCE and be like, hey, this could work?
Yeah, that's a good point. But I've just heard if Ravage is ready to go, so we'll probably get his thoughts on this game first before we proceed with that question, Lobo. So maybe we can go back to the 3-cam. But I mean, like I said, the main, I guess, inspiration I've been actually taking from these games that we've been spectating is the use of XP share on Pokemons that are not your traditional supporters, right? So we did see that Sylveon having that XP share yesterday, and in another tournament that I was managed to cast this morning, we had an XP share Garchomp, which actually proved to be insanely useful to get their Trevenant lane partner online, which I think is so special and such a nod to how much variety this game actually brings if you actually think about how to play the lanes with your 5-stack, right? And I just want to give a quick, I guess, picture of how the actual XP share Gibble actually worked out for their team. Because normally, Garchomp, you think about players that are farming all game, looking for that level 15 so they can actually deal that damage and rip any objective very fast, right? So putting XP share on seems to be like an item that should be the bottom of your list when you're drafting up items to put on that Pokemon.
I think Ravage is gonna have an interesting thing to say about that because he is a big Garchomp fan. He was very excited when we got to see Garchomp yesterday. So EXP share Garchomp. I wonder if that's something that he really wants to talk about. We're just gonna see if we can get a switch back to the caster desk. We have not gone yet, but Ravage, you there, my friend?
Yeah, I've always been here. I don't know what happened with the camera. I could see it there on the room. But never mind. Let's put that aside. First of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about this game before jumping onto that Garchomp. Basically, so I understand Willexim has been trying a lot of stuff. In the first game, they had access to Blissey and Eldegoss as well, and they chose not to select either of them. Which is fine till a moment that you know there are comfort picks. Wigglytuff is quite a decent Pokemon. There's nothing wrong with the Wigglytuff. And if you have practiced a comp on ranked in like your scrims, you can actually go with the Wigglytuff and whichever comp you're comfortable with. Which we saw in action. Somehow it just got flipped because it's Flip It. But it was a decent enough comp. The second comp that I'm looking at here right now, the second draft, you picked Blaziken, which was a good choice. Mew was a good choice. Blissey was a great choice, shutting down that Gyarados a little bit because you have already seen that was their second pick there. Probably the first thing that they selected. You need something that has some kind of firepower to deal with a Gyarados. Mine, no matter how good it is early game, it's not an attacker, not an all rounder. Its attack is not going to scale. And that is something I think a lot of people need to understand. With a defender and a supporter, your scaling is not that much. You get a really good high attack stat at the beginning of the game. Till level 5, you're like dealing enough damage to take down even an attacker, even a defender at that point. But then what are you gonna do once they have their power spike? Because your power spike is going to focus on your defenses. It's not going to focus on your attack. It's going to focus on your HP and something like that. But it's not your attack is not going to scale. No matter how many stacking items you put on it, no matter how many specs, how many glasses you put on the eyes of the mime, it's not going to scale an attack. So that's something I think that's where they fell off in the game because it started out a little decent. You had enough firepower to take down a magic card, but not enough to take down a Gyarados. That's where this comp like dropped off for me. Talking about an XP share Garchomp, that's criminal.
Fair enough.
I'll send you the link there, Ravage, before you have your little spiel. But I as I was explaining, while we're waiting for you to come back, it actually worked really, really well because not only did they get the most amount of KOs in those two games I watched, they also managed to get their lane partner, which was the Trevenant, so high level going into that 7 minute mark because they are XP share that the Trevenant will just run through the enemy team. And then suddenly in the late game, could you imagine a Trevenant as a tank that's not supposed to be level 14? And then a Garchomp level 13, which actually just hits its mark, with all the plus moves available as well. And that just became so hard for the enemy team to actually take down. And as an added bonus, Garchomp can rip objective like it's no one's business. Yep. So the ability for them to actually have both of these Pokemons available for that late game was just so spectacular to see.
Well, to some extent, I do see the point because Garchomp does have a stun, Garchomp does have a shove. And that's exactly what a Trevenant does as well. It has a shove, it has a stun. However, Trevenant is just a beast when it comes to HP, and getting that double focus band with its ability is amazing. Now, the thing with Garchomp, if you're playing a bulky build, and I believe you were playing an XP share build, you need to go bulky. You have an ability called the Rough Skin. So that actually kind of shuts down a lot of physical attackers because you're taking some damage, and once your attacker comes in, it makes it pretty easy for them to pick off. However, we are here with the second match. It says Willexin versus INT Elites. We're going down to the bottom bracket. And we can see here they have already banned Gyarados. It's a nightmare for them right now. And they don't want to deal with it anymore.
Yeah, straight away, we've got 3 all-rounders in the ban jail and the Umbreon, which I'm actually quite surprised because yet again, it seems like Slowbro is just getting away with it. In some of the tournaments I've watched recently, Ravage, a lot of members of teams don't like Slowbro at all, but it seems like these teams would rather give Slowbro or Trevenant away as they prioritize Blaziken for Willexin here.
No, I'm quite confused about prioritizing Blaziken. You have Cyrillic, whose Unite move is insane right now. Well, that's my opinion, definitely. But once you have Blaziken and Cyrillic open, would you rather pick Blaziken? Is it better than Cyrillic? That's what I'm a little confused about. For me, Cyrillic is a better pick, but it might be a skill issue with me. I might not be that good with Blaziken, but I believe Cyrillic has better synergy with the entire team. However, Spectre is picking Pikachu. He has been playing that for a long time, and I know he's gonna do wonders with it. Dog with a Trevenant is a beast. He's very hard to take down in the bottom lane. There has been instances where Doc was the sole survivor in the bottom lane, holding off like three people till its entire team just respawned and took them down. So that's going to be interesting to see. But let's
Yeah, that's a bit
wait for the
of
final.
background information for sure. And I think when you talk about the Blaziken against the Ceruledge conversation, I do still
Mhm,
think Blaziken is still much better just because the
mhm,
secure potential is just so much, I guess, more and more reliable for a team like Relixum if they're looking to play a secure comp, which is actually what I'm seeing at the moment, right? Blaziken secure, Mew secure, Leafeon secure. That's what I'm looking at with a Slowbro to just stop one of the enemy team if it is a flip scenario, right? And I actually really like Relixum's draft on paper here. I think Hooper really synergizes with that team quite well as well, right? Able to just maneuver a team to go up and down the path to make sure you can get those cheeky dunks away from a team that maybe doesn't have that much mobility, right? Because like
mhm.
Pikachu, not too much mobility there. Blissey, not too much mobility. All you have is a Ceruledge that's hopefully going to be running around, maybe offlaning if required, getting the Unite moves back, right? Especially nowadays,
Mhm.
we see the Solid's got a little bit of a balance patch in the recent hyper voltage change. I think it's still quite strong, but either way, I think Vilksum does have a good draft going to this.
No, I completely agree with Willickson's draft right now. They have a good early game on, which is Leafeon, who's going to just rip apart the early game. It's going to be a very dominant Pokemon, we already know. You have a Hoopa who's going to deal the damage for Torchic with its high attack stat, which I was talking about, which is not going to scale in the late game, but it has pretty decent attack in the early game, so it can deal quite a good DPS there. Mew is their back lane damage. It's going to poke the opponents, and Pikachu will have a hard time with Mew actually. With a good Solar Beam head, Pikachu can lose half of their HP. And obviously, Blaziken is their late game insurance. Once it comes online, the fights will go insane. Looking at IND Elites, I believe the Urshifu choice is quite justified. They know they're going to secure the Rayquaza. They have a lot of secures. So having a counter there with a full heal is a good thing.
Hmm. I mean, I'm not actually too sure whether it's going to be a water bear or a dark bear here. I guess time will, I guess, tell for us. I mean, something that Vixen probably doesn't want to see is a dark bear because that's how they lost that game number one against Flipit. So definitely a little bit of trauma coming back for them. But anyway, this is going to be game number one, Ravage, as we get into this losers brackets between Villixum and IND Elite. Right, we saw IND Elite a lot yesterday. We just spectated Villixum, so this is going to be a fiery match for sure.
Right. In my opinion, a lot has to do with momentum in this match. While is coming from the upper bracket, they have just lost a match, and the mental state of the players is something that you always need to consider. IND Elites, even being in the bottom tier, in the bottom bracket, they have won every single match which counted. So I would say the momentum is definitely in the side of IND Elites. This is their first match of the day, so they're completely fresh. Willickson has just had a match which did not go as planned. So it's gonna be a little tough with the mental state of Willickson.
Definitely an important point to make, but at the same time, I guess they're warmed up, right? The eject from Mew just managed to help this Leafeon take down that Phantom there, so definitely a really good way to stack for that Leafeon as well. I do want to see this Leafeon make their way up to that top path, though. It seems like they have opted to gank this bottom path, which means that this Urshifu should just run through this Combusken Hooper at the moment. I don't think there has any problem, and I think that's exactly what is happening here, as the Water Bear will come out. The Blissey is online as well. The Cerulege is there to do some damage. damage, and I mean, this is just gonna be quite a late Hooper portal, isn't it? It's a little bit too late now. All the damage has been done, the stacks has been put on, all the attack scaling from the attack weights have been also put in. They're staying for a little bit too long, but Cyrillic able to pick off Leafeon is gonna be quite good though, but the Hooper finally shutting down that Urshifu. But it is not over yet. The nightmare continues as the Cyrillic is gonna be still looking to take down some farm there. A little bit of an overstay for sure, but they definitely got the levels.
Well, I kind of agree with this play. So what happens when Leafeon pushes a lane? You either need to take a fight with Leafeon. If you're not in position, you're going to definitely lose that fight. And they saw that Leafeon was going all down already. They had to do a counter push. They had to maintain the levels. If you're looking at the level, and the elites, even though losing two Pokemon in the top tier was not ideal for them, losing a Blissey again, they're still in the lead for levels. Except for that Leafeon, that's going crazy right now. It's already got 3 KOs, it's already at level 8. But then it's got traded by Pikachu, who's got his level 7. So looking at the attackers, it's only the Leafeon right now who's at level 8. Every attacker is 1 level below. The scores are going on continuously. It's 48 to 77 with the lead, with Wilixim getting another KO. That Combuskin is having a hard time on the field right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to find some way to come back online, don't they? And what I'm saying is if they're sacrificing all the levels for that Leafeon, that means a lot of the Pokemon on the side of IND Elite are going to have trouble because the Unite move is just so much damage, right? To be able to shut down a lot of members of the team, especially if they don't have Unite moves of their own. So looking at this Hooper Hyperspace portal, it seems like the top pad has just been broken. So a little bit of a nerf to the Hooper for this game as they can only push through, I guess, 3 of the pads at the moment here. As teams are just looking to do this basement Reggie. The top Reggie, like, he gets converted by IND Elite, so a little bit more pressure on top, but it gets, I guess, traded for this buff on the bottom there. So I guess, you know, coming into this mid-fight area or mid-game, right? Both teams are quite similar in terms of levels and points as well, but it definitely has a little bit more damage for the Unite moves coming out from IND Elites as the Revenant Rain is going to run through and absolutely slice people apart. Urshifu's Unite move to go through and take down that Blaziken is going to be so good for the team. It is going to be a poor Mew and a Slowbro that has just been taken down to defend this tier 1 pad, and I don't think they're going to be successful as the dunks are just going to come through. And you know, with a sizable overdunk, this definitely puts IND Elite in that position they want to be going to this 6-minute mark.
That was quite a genius play from IND Elites. They took the bottom top tier first, which was amazing because they now have nerfed Hoopa, and now with the bottom tier gone, Hoopa is completely useless. With rotations right now, you'll always take that much amount of time. And once they took the Regieleki, they never even tried to push it. They never even went forward to take the info. It was a complete rotation from the top to the bottom tier. Even though they took the bottom objective, they knew someone had to be on top to make sure that Regieleki does not get pushed in. If it does, there's always some scores that can be making a huge difference. They cannot lose a second tier there. So they had to rotate top. Someone had to stay top, forcing in their hypothetical situation, in the worst case scenario, they'll have to face a 5v4 fight there. They had to face only 3 people there, which was amazing for them. Took the tier down, got the levels lead once again, and right now with the mid game on our side, you can see Leafeon has been neutralized to level 11 with the slow beam from Slowbro, one of my favorite unites in the game. They'll finally take down a bottom tier, and that was a little sad for Pikachu. He does not have enough HP to take a slow beam.
No, it definitely doesn't. I think it's just valuable, right, to make sure you have a pick, because now they get a few more dunks in that basement tier 2 as well. As the fight's going to go through, the rings and bound coming in from the Hooper to stun enemies on the side of Villicem or IND Elites are going to be pushed out there, but it is actually going to be the support player for Villicem to secure that basement Reggie steal. But the fight does not end as the Trevenant is going to be pushing members of them continuously. I think there's a little bit of a greedy scenario here if they want to continue pushing, but maybe if they can get a KO on the Hooper, it could be worth it. Oh my god, on Woodhammer! Place and isolate the Hooper means there's no more portals for Vilixim and potentially a bit more levels coming out from IND Elites as they are scrambling away, but they have done their job. They've gotten, you know, any pick that they can. They have some sort of level parity now, and I mean, this is going to be center stage for a very, very tight I guess, last 4 minutes of the game.
This is why I love Dog's defenders a lot. He creates so much space for his team. By pushing forward, he creates so much space that Pikachu and Urshifu can take their position. And with that, Woodhammer was just a beauty, just making sure the Hoopa does not go back. They just lose out on some rotation. That was amazing. And this is why I say a defender and supporter is always going to be the core of your team because that's the game maker. Providing situations like that to your team wins you the game.
Absolutely. Oh, the Hooper Portal just managed to save some people. The Urshifu Unites popped up though. Quickly gets on that Slowbro. Gets shut down by the Slow Beam. A little bit late on that Unite, but definitely really required for this push because they don't want this Regieleki to go in and for IND Elites to get any more dunks. They're already behind in the points. They don't want to give any more. The beams are coming out. The Leafeon two-step managed to pick off 2 members. Make that 3 for the Leafeon there. Yet again, I'm saying this Leafeon is popping the heck off with the Chaos Trick of 4. And definitely some player to watch because when you give Leafeon levels, it doesn't matter who you're going up against. They will eat the dusk from the Emerald two-step.
Definitely, that Leafeon is probably the carry of the team right now for Wilexim. And they had to make that push anyway because they had already committed such a big Unite on their side, which is a slow beam from Slowbro. They might not have access to it in the final fight, and it's gonna be big. With the Urshifu on, with the Cerulege in the center fight, with their Unites, it's gonna be very difficult for Wilexim to take this fight without the Slowbro Unite. They had to make that commit. They had to give someone the levels. And with the Leafeon down, gets caught with the Dog is amazing with creating these scenarios for his team. And right now, there's no slow beam. There's no Leafeon. It's looking very tough for Wilexin right now.
Yeah, the Ronin Ranger goes through and actually pop the HP of Mew. Mew just managed to get out of the scenario. No, gets taken down, and the slow beam is going to quickly go on the Urshifu. But no one on Vilixim is actually looking at it, so Urshifu gets the run for free. Pops the Unite move to come out, and absolutely just runs at the Hooper that's unbound at the moment. But members of Vilixim are just dropping like flies. Another one down for them. But that means the Leafeon can come back through the portal there. It is going to be on 1 HP. It does not have its Unite move anymore. That gets shut down as well. A quick eject from Slowbro. Maybe can sustain themselves for a little bit longer. Rayquaza on just the tiniest bit of HP at the moment, but the Mew is coming back. The Leafeon suddenly still in play. Gets knocked out immediately. This Mew needs to do what they can. Oh, the beam was too early. And Trevenant will secure the Rayquaza for IND Elites. Yet again, IND Elites have been undefeated in the losers bracket, and it looks like they're going to continue this run as the Blissey is looking to secure a 90 score up top, Shifu getting 100 at the bottom. I mean, I really thought it was Vilixim's game to win here with how high level Leafeon was, Ravage. But then the Leafeon just runs in by itself and gets absolutely rolled by the Cerulege and Pikachu and the Trevenant.
So this is why I was talking about momentum. IND Elites has got their momentum. Even after losing such a big battle on the top, so near to the Rayquaza fight, they were able to get in position so quickly. If you're looking at Dog's position in the final fight, he was already ready at their side to catch someone off guard and force a 4v5 fight. They knew Slowbro did not have their Unite, so they had to make this quick. They had to take their chances quick. And they did that. They took down the Leafeon. By the time Slowbro's Unite comes on, they were already 2% down. Wilexim was already 2% down. There was no one to actually target down that Urshifu because Slowbro took the fight on their end. It was near Rayquaza where the entire fight was going on towards Vilexim jungle. So there was no firepower coming at Slowbro, with Slowbro to take down that Urshifu. That was an amazing comeback from IND Elites. Scepter doing 61,000 damage. I'm loving Pikachu in these games. And if you look at Vic here with the Blaziken, shutting him down early game might have given them a great advantage here because with only 32,000 damage, that's not what you want to see on your top laner.
No, it's not, and I think it kind of opens up the idea that, if you're going to be drafting mons that require a little bit more help, especially in that early game, you really need to provide that help. Like I said, the fact that Leafeon actually chose to gank the base or the bottom path there, honestly, was not the right choice, in my opinion, because your poor all-rounder that actually scales, it doesn't have any help, and it just gets run over by a water bear, which we know is so good for that level 5 gank. So I think a little bit of a mismatch in terms of the decision making on the team. Obviously, big shout out to Leafon from doing that much damage and getting scaled up. But then it's, there's no iron team, right? It is a whole 5-member effort, right? If you're going to be the star of the show, you need to make sure that you either clutch out that raid fight, so that means you don't get KO'd in the first 2 seconds, right? And unfortunately, that's what happened. And I think going back to the drawing board for this game number 2, that's something that probably the teams are talking about, right? Just to be careful. When you're the highest level in your team, you do not want to be the first one to be KO'd because it obviously gives levels, right? It gives momentum, as you said. And in that case, where they're going to be the strongest members on the team, it just shuts you out of the entire fight. And I mean, they play that 8 minutes quite well in terms of getting the levels, but then it's all no use if you're, in home base spectating, right?
Right, and I completely loved their push after the Slowbro Unite at around 3-minute mark at the top because it gave Leafeon the chance to actually pop off there and get in such a great position. I don't think no one on the entire board was at level 14 at that point. So with so much firepower, you don't have a very important Unite at your team. You need to be very careful at the center because there's always someone lurking out, someone waiting in the grasses. There was no check in the grass. We usually see Leafeon just hit one of its blade in the grass to make sure there's no one around. He never checked the grass, and once he was in the range, Doc's Woodhammer just put him in the center, and it was game over at that point. And with that, this is what I was talking about. So right now, Vilexim has lost the 3 games they have played today. What do you think is going on in their minds right now?
Depends on how the team, environment is. Some teams, they get really angry at each other, and obviously the whole team just collapses. But I'm sure if this team has been playing for quite a while, everyone knows how to actually go about being resilient to losses. And I hope this is the case here as we get into game number 2. The draft is almost finished here. We can see a Dragonite ban, which is going to be actually a smart ban considering it is fearless. Right, I think IND Elites are really playing for that secure now with their comp, with taking that Blaziken, taking that Leafeon, right? And that's something that is going to be, I guess, a response to a secure comp is going to be that D-Knight, which they know Vilexim can pick up, right? But it seems like Cerulege is going to be the Pokemon that they're going to be picking up in the end. I think there might be some technical issues here. I'm not sure whether Irish actually picked a Pokemon, so we'll hear from production in a little bit. But just on paper, looking at this draft, a very early game team for IND Elites, right? Whereas on Vilexim, it takes a little bit to come online.
Right, with Espeon, we have already seen IND Elites Espeon. Actually, you have seen a lot of IND Elites Espeon. With Scepter on that Espeon, we know how good he's at the bottom lane, how good he's at creating space for himself, the perfect timing for unites and stuff. He knows the combination with other Pokemon, the synergies with other Pokemon. And now we see the final Pokemon. Why was this a mystery? It was always supposed to be Gyarados. The nightmare from Vilexim is now on their side. But the little problem I see here, Gyarados is a late game mon. Your Cerulege is a late game mon. Your Pikachu is gonna be on the bottom lane. Your defender is gonna come online late in the game. How are you gonna push the top lane early? Because all the top lane or the early game Pokemons are on the sides of IND Elites with Leafeon, with Espeon. And we already saw Blaziken's potential in this entire tournament. If it comes online, it's going up against a Magikarp who does not have that much support, I believe. But we'll have to see. With the game starting, Magikarp is actually going on the bottom lane. This is quite interesting. What do you have to say about this?
Choice and maybe a decision that could pay off in the future, right? I honestly don't think Gyarados is a late game mon. I think if it comes online, it definitely is going to be so impactful in the early game. But it seems like they've taken the scoring route to maybe get some sort of effort gauge for them, right? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Magikarp doesn't evolve just by levels. You need to make sure the effort gauge is full, and you can actually charge that up by either scoring, hitting farm, hitting enemies, or getting assists or KOs. And I think that's exactly what it's doing now. It's going into the back flux zone of IND Elites just to get some more autos and potentially get another stack. And you can see the bar is already filled up about a third of the way full. It's leaving its teammate to deal with the swine up there, taking a little bit of time, delaying them from coming back as it's going to contest this farm with Espeon as well. It doesn't really have to secure it. It just needs to put some autos in, and hopefully one of their team members are going to come and gank the lane and help it out. And that's exactly what's happening here. As the Cerulege is going to go through, the Magikarp gets actually another stack, which is actually fantastic for them, but it also means they miss out on this 850 bird. So I guess like I said again, tug of war scenario, right? In the top part here though, Combustion is now coming in, but it is going to be that Leafeon yet again, the star of the show we saw before, trying to get a 17 in. I don't know, that might be a little bit too optimistic, Ravage, but they're going to be trying to take down this Clefairy.
Optimistic or not, they finally got the 18 in for their team, and with the 22 gone, and Elite, definitely we were expecting this. They're going to take the lead in the early game, which they did with the Espeon and Umbreon. That was quite a quarrel between Magikarp and Espeon. I did not expect it to go for so long, but Cyril is getting pushed down here with the Leafeon. Goes down, that's a big knockout in the jungle. Now they're gonna steal the jungle. Piloswine is also here. It's the almost the entire IND elites hanging out in their jungle. Like it's not theirs anymore. Willixim has to give up on this jungle. There's still a Magikarp at level 5. You do not want to see this. He's getting pushed again. He needs to go back. It's looking a little bit tough here, but with IND elites, when it's always has to be like something like this. I lost the word here because I was looking at Blazing and he was about to go down, but somehow it survived. I don't know how it survived. Gyarados is finally online. It's going to be a push from Willixim, and it's getting shut down, completely shut down by IND Elites. Gyarados goes down. There goes Pikachu. But Pikachu, I don't think he's gonna get traded. Leafeon with another KO. Leafeon at level 8. Espeon is gonna get the Unite soon. There's Blaziken online on Andy Elite. They have complete control over this game right now.
I think that's what's expected as well, considering how early game the draft was for IND Elites. But what Willixim needs to do is not take any unnecessary fights anymore. The Gyarados are now obviously online now. This could be a huge pick, though. Maybe if the Pikachu can actually do something about it, but that gets taken down once again. They need to actually just let the scores go through, actually, to get those world Pokemons on their side and get those levels up. Because they have a good team to fight, right? But they do need that levels, obviously, right? The fact that Leafeon has access to the Unite move, Espeon has access to the Unite move, just means the next team fight needs to be on parity for the Unite moves. If not, they're never going to win against something like a Leafeon Unite, are they?
You never know. Last time what happened to Leafeon, it was just sad. But looking at the teams right now, they have finally taken the Regieleki, and I believe it's going to be another push. It's a good decision to let go of the bottom tier. You don't want to give them any more XP. Neither do you want to stay out of the team fight, because Trevenant is quite important in soaking out that damage. He gets caught in the... Almost goes down, but Cyril is coming in clutch, trying to save his Gyarados, trading his life for the Gyarados' life, but he doesn't survive either. So it's at this point, they're just getting caught in the bushes. This is not how you want the game to go. They're already on a lead of 180 points to their 26. It's already 5 minutes and 46 seconds remaining. This is not looking good. You're not even at level 10 with Gyarados. You need to take as much XP on your side as possible. There's still a lot of dots. Avoid the fights. You have your both the tiers down. You have a lot of XP on your side. Just try to avoid the fights for now. Because if we have learned anything from yesterday's game, there's just one fight that you need to win.
And it's going to be all dependent on when Pikachu gets their Unite move as well. I think Pikachu is actually a great pick into what IND Elite are bringing to the table. Double Evolution just means it just goes down to one Pikachu Unite Volt Tackle combo. So I want to see that Pikachu getting that level 9, which it has at the moment, and actually just telling the team, let's fight together. I'm going to Unite Volt Tackle one of the Evolutions. We're going to get all this level back if you just play with me right here. And I think that could be what's happening at the moment, as the Gyarados is going to be jumping in to make some space, but so much damage coming out from the Psybeam. What a great Psybeam there to just chunk out most of the health bar on Willixim. Pikachu goes down without uniting. Trevenant and Ceruledge goes down without uniting. That is going to be a poor performance, unfortunately. The Clefable is looking a little bit lost. It needs to be with its team for this fight there, and I don't know whether it's actually a good idea to push this Basement Reggie as well. Right, there were 3 members of Willixim trying to make a play, but the rest of the team just wasn't there, and which means they got to sacrifice this Basement Reggie here in hopes of getting that top Regieleki. But Blaziken is there potentially to make a difference and secure this for their team. It is what it's good at, but the Revenant Rain has come through to convert that Regieleki, which is going to be a sigh of relief for the team, as the Gyarados are looking to dunk a 40. A Mamoswine is there to defend, but, you know, with 4 members of your team there, it is just a good idea to give it up. And it is going to be a great sign for Willixim going into this latter half of this game, because they finally got some dunks in. They finally got some levels. They need to continue this if they want to turn this game around.
Definitely, that's going to give them some confidence that it's not a lost cause yet. A lot of times I've seen people in ranked games just quit the game at this one that we are not going to win. Villixim is trying their best. They know this is their do or die game. If you don't go big in this game, you go home. And they're doing exactly that. They picked a very heavy comp. They picked a very damage dealing comp. And with the Mammoth, he's always lurking somewhere in the shadows. You will always find him in some of the bush. For some reason, the jump didn't trigger off, which is interesting. And he's back in the same position. I don't think Wilson was even expecting this. And they finally saw the Mammoth fight. And but if the Mammoth is there, are they still going to engage? They did. And that is going to happen. They're not giving them any farm. Gyarados finally takes on Leafeon, gets to level 12 for taking down that level 14 Leafeon. I'm not sure how IND Elites is going to position themselves, because right now what I'm looking at, what they're doing, they're always taking the most aggressive version on the field. If you look at Basic End right now, he's going to take the fight with the Gyarados once again, and I'm pretty sure there's no one is going to come to help him because everyone else at the bottom lane going for the objective. So if Wilson tries, if they have any info of the front, they might try to just push the top, but Leafon is there to help him out. On the other side, looking at William's team, you have a level 13 Gados, you have a level 13 Serlets, you have everything you need. Just take the top Regieleki and come down to the center. This can still be your game because the team is split. If you can get one off pick, like what Andy Elites did in the last game, this is still a winnable situation for you.
I think a bit unfortunate for Velixum is going to be a register at the bottom. So Andy Elite's actually in a great position here. They have the points lead. They have the damage buff as well. Leafeon looking to get in a position to flank the rest of Velixum there, as it's just going to wrap around, maybe get a score. And the Gyarados doesn't manage to connect with anybody. Has to just quickly back away. Regieleki's gone top in, but I don't think anyone's actually going for a score. A big bounce to go up to 1v1 against the Blaziken. It seems like the Gyarados has to unite to get out. What a waste of that unite move, but definitely stays in the playing field, back to safety with the Clefable. I mean, this is just tense, right? Both teams want this game so badly, especially Velixum. They want to send us to Game 3 scenario.
They need a Game 3 scenario here. If they lose here, they're just out of the competition. Imagine a team who did not lose a single match in day 1, did not win a single match in day 2. That's just sad at this point. However, the fight has been initiated. Trevenant is there. Mammoth is taking as much info for the team as possible. He's gonna start the engage into the gravity. Unite from the Mammoth, which is gonna stun the Pikachu. If he goes down, that goes down. There goes down your maze. Gyarados is down. Espeon taking him down. And finally, it's a 3v5. It's a complete team fight from INT Elites. I believe for this game is done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, yet again, IND Elite shows their experience and I guess their patience coming out for that raid fight. They know full well that they have 200 points in the lead after that Leafeon score. There was no need to actually rush any of the fight. It was all up to Blixen to actually do something about it. And, you know, with that Mammoth engage and a huge Ice Fang on the Pikachu never got to do what it does best, which is press its Unite move and just get KOs on those evolutions. And, you know, looking at the scoreboard, no surprise, we got an 11 KO Leafeon coming through, a 9 KO Espeon yet again, but the Pikachu 0-3, not able to actually get any KOs on the squishies for that team. And I think definitely this means that, you know, from the get-go, it's just very hard to come back into a scenario where you're just not dealing enough damage. I mean, just 21,000 is just really, really unacceptable. And I think it's just one of those games where it didn't really go your way because the aggression coming out of IND Elites was just so rampant throughout that 10 minutes.
Right, and I believe there's something to do with the defenders here as well. So I'm not saying anything something like Trevenant is bad or Mammoth is better in this matchup, but as a defender, you need to create that space for your team to set up their attacks. If someone is gonna dive on Pikachu freely with no resistance, it's not gonna survive an attack. It does not have that HP, and everyone on their team is ready to dive on the Pikachu. They know once the backlane damage is gone, everyone has to take the forward fights, and that's where they'll shine. With the burst damage from Leafeon, with the DPS from Blaziken, they're gonna win this fight. Mammoth is tanky enough. With the stuns from Mammoth, Eldegoss is healing them out. It's gonna be a win-win once the Pikachu goes down because that's their mates. The one that's gonna be a lot of damage, but it's never gonna be touched. So if looking at the team right now, if you see Pikachu has taken 33,000 damage, which seems low. But if you look at the opposition team's Eldegoss and Mamoswine, look at the damage they have taken. There was no damage coming out once the Pikachu has been put down.
Yeah, I mean, it exactly paints the picture, right? That what we're talking about before. It just seems like they never had access to their Unite moves
Mhm.
on time, and they never got an opportunity because it was constantly dived by either the Leafeon, the Blaziken, or the Mamoswine, which is, not really the Pikachu's fault at all. It doesn't have that mobility to get out of those fights. But yet again, if you're not dealing damage as an attacker, it's going to be so hard for the rest of the team to clean up. And especially in that Rayquaza fight, the Gyarados just went by itself to try to 1v3 with the Blaziken there, has to unite to get out of it. So one of your best moves is now just used to get out of the scenario, which just means your firepower is just greatly reduced, isn't it? And at the end of the day, the Leafeon Unite just cleans up everybody. They were patient enough for that, and I think Fiora did a fantastic job there, just to pick the moment well to ensure that they do get the KO and the team wipe. And when there is a team wipe, you can flip it, do whatever you want with the Rayquaza, and it will definitely be yours, right?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I'm just looking at the comp right now. I am not sure why I'm so obsessed with their comp right now. But the moment they picked Gyarados, I believe that's the one we were glitching out on. That's the one we did not see. IND Elites was kind of ready. They started picking everything that evolves early, that comes online, that can stun, that can take down that Gyarados. Everything else on Vilix's team uh, seems like it's building a better comp. Everything on IND's side looks like it's built to take down the Gyarados. So
Hmm.
that's something that I've been noticing the entire game. Like, why would you go on with two early gamers when have always seen that? And welcome to the side, Lobo. I just was talking to Fu about this game. That once you take a Gyarados, once you take a Leafeon, you have already your early game secure. Leafeon is good enough to carry your entire early game. Why would you take an Espeon as well? Were you expecting the Gyarados to be on the bottom lane, or were you expecting it to switch lanes looking at the Leafeon?
I think, like I said, I don't think it was a bad decision as long as the team actually backed it up, and I think that's what Relic did. I think what was the real problem with that was the Magikarp pushing a little bit too far in, so that at the 850 birds, it wasn't actually
Mhm.
present. So if there was a KO that Ceruledge could have helped, they never got the assist. It never got any free autos on the farm.
Right.
So it basically just wasted the entire time. Yes, it got a few stacks, but remember, it's not about the levels when it comes to Magikarp. It's about the effort gauge, right? And with the effort gauge, you need to be present in a lot of those fights. And so that definitely costed them. They didn't get Gyarados until I think the 7:30 mark, which is
Mhm.
a whole minute to the earliest you can actually get Gyarados. So I mean,
Right.
like I said, some decisions just affect a lot of I guess things going into the mid game, right? And that was definitely one of them, especially going into something that's so early game that IND Elites was playing on.
True. So now Lobo is here as well. I believe, Lobo, if you have seen the game, what are your thoughts on this? Because this was a very interesting game for me. A team like Blixen, who hasn't lost a single game, a single match in day one, did not pull up a single game in day two.
Look, that just comes down to me for just the mental of a team. You go down to a team like Flip It in the way that they did. They had such a good game
Mhm.
one, but then to lose it to a Ray Flip, then to get completely outplayed in game two, lose the set, go down into losers bracket, and then have to come up against IND Elite, who have had an incredible run in the losers bracket, like we already said. I think they drafted well. Pikachu completely ineffective as how effective we've seen it. Gyarados into the bot lane. I'm not sure if that is the best call that you want to do, especially against anything else. For any team that's running Gyarados, if you're not supporting that Gyarados into getting it to that Gyarados evolution as in that early game, then you're doing something wrong. We've seen how many times to even counter a Gyarados getting online. We've seen a four-man push into the top lane. We've seen the top lane come up to support Gyarados. Now in this current meta with the as soon as Regieleki became the more prominent Reggie spawning, we've seen the top lane importance come into effect, which is why you have something like a Gyarados inside that top lane, because if you have a Gyarados online, that top lane is yours. So that is what it is. We'll see how they do when we come back. But Fu, I believe we are saying goodbye to you, my friend. Uh, Thank you so much for your casting, brother. It has always been a joy casting with you. Any final words for us before we say goodbye to you and head on into the next game?
Jealous. I want to watch more of these matches, but unfortunately, I do have to take my leave here. But thank you so much yet again for the wonderful cast that we've been a part of. Thank you so much for having me today. I hope the game goes extremely well. I'm also cheering for IND Elite. They have been undefeated in the losers bracket, so I hope it continues for them. And maybe if they do well enough, they get back onto the winners in those grand final positions. So that's all from me, though. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. For Ravage, it is going to be you and myself continuing on this journey, but only for one short game as we go to the next one. We're going to be joined by our lovely co-caster as well. But as we go into the next game, it is Flip It versus Bad Mash, my favorite team in terms of Flip It. So Fu and I are on opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to these two teams. IND Elite, a great team, but Flip It proving to be very strong contenders that they've had a very strong winners run, as we see Gyarados, Charizard, Blaziken, and Slowbro banned, but Mimikyu and Cerulege let out of ban jail for this one.
Happy for you, Loba, at this one because you missed all the Mimikyu matches yesterday, and now every time you're casting, you are getting one of the Mimikyus.
Oh man, it's a privilege to me to get to watch a Mimikyu. I try not to judge too much because I know Mimikyu. Some people say it's a little bit overpowered. Some people say it's a little broken. I still say it's a skillful Pokemon. You need to really work those angles to get that Mimikyu working. But another Pokemon that I've become a big fan of watching the India region is the Serena, which was queued over. Once again, I've been baited. The Serena gets replaced for an Urshifu or possibly a Metagross. But we are also seeing a Sylveon for the first time come out today, Ravage. What Sylveon's so almost broken to an extent with the extent of Hyper Voice, and I'm very interested to see how that pairs up with the Mimikyu combination.
Oh, definitely. So right now, if you're talking about Mimikyu being broken, so is Sylveon, so is Cerulet, so is Charizard, so is Gyarados, so is Blaziken. So if everyone is broken, no one is actually broken. Yes, it's a little bit more powerful than some of the picks on top, excluding Garchomp. But yeah, it's a little bit good because it has the ability to shut a Pokemon down completely. And we have seen Slowbro time and again do that, and we know how effective it can be. If you can shut a Pokemon down completely, that's a massive advantage in a team fight. So that's why Mimikyu has been such a niche pick when you have to counter something down. I believe they will be looking forward to counter down either if the Pikachu gets caught, it's just gone from the game. But if they are able to catch Nightmare on that Cerulege, that's going to be big for their team fight. They don't want the Cerulege to pop off. And with the Dragonite on their side, they have a secure potential. Sylveon is going to constantly deal a lot of damage. Umbreon, an early game menace of a defender, and Mimikyu is just gonna die. So they need to secure their Pikachu because if it goes down, there's gonna be a lot of trouble.
Look, Ragnar has played an absolutely fantastic Pikachu over the last couple of days from what I've seen. He's been a great support. Those Thunderbolts really hitting their mark. 3 people entering the central area as both EVs are going to share that Xatu. Mimikyu going to head on into the top lane by itself. We've got a Hooper invade, which is very carefully watched by the Clefable. Going to help out that Beldum, not the greatest secure, but there it is. The Beldum has spotted the Hooper in its lane. Clefable taking the red buff. Something I'm not used to seeing very often, but I guess if you're not in that top lane, it's going to be a problem. And Mimikyu versus up against a Charcadet, but Sylveon is online already, and look at the ridiculousness of that Hyper Voice.
Right, true. And I believe Hoopa's aim here is not to just take the farm. His aim here is to delay them for as much as possible. With the Sylveon already online, they already have an advantage in the bottom lane. We can see how much damage it's dealing. Finally, the Hoopa goes down. It's already level 3 now. But look at the difference in the size. You have a Dragonair already. You have a Mimikyu at level 4. You have a Sylveon online. Your Umbreon is about to come online in a minute. And for your beast, you don't have a Metang. You finally get a Metang just as the beast fight starts.
Yeah, absolutely. The Metang not being online that quickly is really a problem. You want to get that Charcadet as quickly as you can. Pikachu, access to whatever move that it's going to go for. I've seen Ragnar use the Mage Thunder build. Sylveon is picking up that Speed Berry, and there's the Hyper Voice. Charcadet's going to have to eject out of here. Mimikyu's going to go on in. I don't know what move it's chosen this time round. I have a feeling it could be Play Rough this time around. Let's have a look at the Mimikyu, what it's going to do. But now, could we see a double, a triple almost invade? The Pikachu getting caught up, forcing to use its eject button. It's going for the Mage build with the Thunderbolt combination, and Hyper Voice just going to take it down as the Scurrying Rat just tries to get away. Skirmish inside Flippert's jungle. Trevenant's coming to help. Clefable's coming to help. The Trevenant is so low, but ends up getting taken down by the Hooper of all things. And Flippert on the back foot as Bad Mash 5 have come out of the gates swinging, Ravage.
Right, and if you're looking at this Dragonite, it's still hanging on with that Dragon Dance, and it's amazing how he has hung on for so long. Like, for the past 1 minute, I'm looking at him at a sliver of an HP, and no one's able to take him down, which is amazing. Sylveon is back on the bottom layer, and with the Hoopa Highway here, it's a fake, I guess. No, Hoopa finally goes up, and they're gonna be in position for this second birds here. And looking at the teams right now, I believe there's gonna be a little push on the top side because everyone is ready for taking this fight. Metang is in. He's going to dive on the Hoopa. He's not able to take him down. Coming back was the right choice here. Both the EVs are in the bottom lane. They're spotting out that Trevenant. It's a full 4-man push from Flippet. And Dragonite is online now with the Hyper Beam. Is he able to secure a kill? Yes! Pikachu goes down finally with the Hyperspace Hole. Cerulean goes down. And Mimikyu finally taking down that Metang. Flippet has to play this on the back foot this time.
Yeah, beautifully positioned there by Mimikyu, not using that Shadow Sneak. It hooked on twice, but then just waited and waited and waited for the right time to go in. Really great play, and Hyper Voice is just going to shred this down. They don't even need the Hyper Beam secure. Flippet really need to get online here. That Metagross needs to be online. Cerulege needs to start getting some things, but Pikachu being at level 8 here, almost access to that Unite move, but looks like Bad Mash 5 are just going to try and go on in here. Sylveon's Hyper Voice is going to go and get out, but Metagross has to use that eject button. Alecki is going to go in. Cerulege goes down to the Hyper Voice, and Regieleki has walked in to the top path. It's crashed into tier 2, and Bad Mash 5, 211 points to the good this time round, as we are seeing the Thunder and I believe Volt Tackle combination coming out. There's the stun on Umbreon, but no Electro Ball to finish it off. Unfortunate for theirs. Dragonite's going to unite down to try and defend this with Bad Mash 5.
Right, and look at Cinnamon right now. He's just waiting on his time to come in the fight. He's just staying a little bit away for making sure no one has the opportunity to dive on that. This Clifford is taking a lot of time in the side of Badmash 5 here. However, Metang finally takes down that attack buff. This can be their chance. They have their Unites. If they want to break out a fight, this is the time right now. We see the Unite from Metagross. It's an amazing engage from the side of Flippet. They're finally able to take down that Dragonite. Everyone is low. Mimikyu finally taking that trade on the Metagross. And they're still able to defend this tier, which is amazing to me. Without the Clefable Unite, I believe they were missing out just on a little bit of support there because the Clefable was down. Because this was an amazing push from Flippet, but they were still unable to convert on it.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful defense, beautiful offense. The Beyblade Arena coming out from the Metagross into the Thunderstorm from the Pikachu as well. He gets a Volt Tackle on the Sylveon, but again, only does half health to the Sylveon. This Sylveon is having a absolutely free path. I don't know what Flippet can do. 3 level 10s on their side, 2 level 11s on the side of Bad Mash 5. Mimikyu is being a nuisance, but it is this Sylveon that is providing all of that defense. They have to be very careful if they move in. Cerulege got a great Unite off, managed to get 2 takedowns as well, but again, Sylveon just doing such a good job defending as it looks like Bad Mash 5 are just going to rip this objective inside top lane, and they're just going to wait to defend. But again, not too bad here. 22 points to 211. The levels are pretty even across the board. Actually, they are exactly even. If we look at our scoreboard here, 11, 9, 9, 11, 11. Here goes another fight. Sylveon's going to come in. Trevenant going to get caught out. Goes for the Hyper Beam. Phantom Forest is going to come on out. Can Pikachu, if it has its Unite move, could have done a beautiful Thunderstorm there combination with Volt Tackle, but Pikachu probably going to get hit with a Hyper Beam. There's the Thunderstorm, a Volt Tackle onto the to the Dragonite, sorry, wrong dragon, but it does manage to take down the Dragonite as Clefable is here to defend, but Mimikyu is going to be here as it comes on in swinging with those Shadow Claws.
The thing that I'm loving about Badmashpa is that they know when to disengage. A lot of times we see the teams just pushing on with the attacks. They have their unites, they're taking on a pig, someone is low. They just keep on pushing. Once the Dragonite went down, the entire team just backed off. No, this is when we need to wait for the Dragonite to come back again with the Reggie Steel once again on the bottom lane. This fight is breaking out. Metagross unites with that Beyblade Arena. Dragonite secures with the Hooper unite at the center base. This lead is massive on Badmas 5's end. You can take the
Oh.
tier, but we have already invaded your house.
Wow, they just decided to score inside their home pad, but it looks like Flippit are just going to try and do the reverse to them. They were 200, 300 points to the better. Flippit need to disengage this fight here as Cerula just trying to make its way out. Metagross is just spinning at anything that moves. Shadowclaw trying to hit anything that moves as well. Snarl doing a great job bringing the Trevenant back, and now Dragonite's just going to farm up in that top lane, but Trevenant probably going to go down here as the teammates need to disengage. But Flippit just seem to want to fight everything in its path. 2 level 13s for the side of Bad Mash 5 and 3 level 12s for the side of Flippit. Flippit seem to be okay on levels, only about 200 points. I'm corrected. Yeah, still about 200 points left in this fight, but here we go. Cerulege is going to try and take this one, but Dragonite Hyper Beam secure way too good as Cerulege gets taken down. It's going to be back right before the Ray fight.
Right, so this was a much anticipated match. This is Adi's team versus Shrey's team. I know how much hype has been going on in the Indian community for this match, who's gonna win this. And Adi is the same player I was talking about, that the one who secures the Rayquaza with Hyperspace Hole. With that, he pops his Unite. It's an amazing engage from the side of Flippit, but if you're looking at the HP on that Dragonite, he finally goes down. This is the chance for Flippit if they want to take this fight. Hoopa is still there on his unbound form, but Metagross with that Beyblade engages it. It's 3-man down for Badmash 5 with a sliver of the HP on the Rayquaza, unable to secure. Flipping is flipping it and flipping the entire game in their favor finally.
That is the second time we have seen Flippit come from a unwinnable position to take the Rayquaza, and what an engage once again from Ragnar right onto the Dragonite to take it out of the play. And they saw the Hooper, they completely ignored the Hooper. The Cerulege Unite managing to take down the Sylveon and the Mimikyu as well. Trevenant is just going to provide the distraction here. Hooper's going to try and farm back its ult for another push. Dragonite's got its Unite, Sylveon's got its Unite. We have 1 minute and 2 seconds left. There's 200 points in this game. Hooper is at the home base. Has Cerulege seen it? Cerulege needs to see it. There's a 14 dunk. There's still 200 points in this game. Hooper cannot go down here. But Metagross, what are you doing? Oh my god. And here we go. There is less than 100 points in this with 43 seconds left to go. But Clefable and Metagross are at their home pad. Cerulege Unite on the Dragonite. The Dragonite goes down. And there's 70 points in to keep it going for Flippit. As Cerulege gets a double kick down, it's trying to avoid the Hyper Voice. There's Trevenant, and all of Flippit are back, and they have managed to pull the victory out of nowhere, Ravage. What a game that was.
This was like pulling something out of a lion's mouth. With the way Badmash 5 was playing, it was amazing. So I believe Hooper dunked that to get his Unite. If he had his Unite, it could have been a completely different game. However, the final engage on the Rayquaza fight is just unbelievable for me. You have been playing this team for quite some time. You had 6 weeks of the Weekend Wars, and then you have been watching this tournament for a day and a half right now. You know exactly what Flippit is going to do. How are you not prepared for it? It's literally in their name.
To be honest, for me, everything from Flippit came from Ragnar. Ragnar on the Pikachu has been so impressive to me. He's now one of the standout players, as well as Nightmare on that Cerulege. And I don't know this region. I don't know this region very well. I am slowly it's becoming one of my favorite regions to watch. But Ragnar and Nightmare on Flippit, 2 incredible players. It seems like every play that Flippit does, especially when it comes to taking a Rayquaza, starts with Ragnar. Whatever mon he is on, whatever mon he's going for. I don't know what Ragnar's position is on the team. Perhaps you can enlighten me on what kind of player he is. They are, sorry, but they have engaged beautifully with the Volt Tackle Thunderstorm combination. And every time we saw it previously. We talked about the ineffectiveness of Pikachu when it came to play Velixum, but Ragnar played that Pikachu incredibly well. Stun Volt Tackle into a Thunder, into a Unite move into Volt Tackle again. A combination I've seen him pull out so many times, but really, really well played to flip it. But that was just the first game. We still have the second game to go.
Definitely. And talking about Ragnar, he has this shot calling potential. So he goes in the center, he says, okay, I'm seeing this person, I'm gonna engage, I need support. And
Mm-hmm.
that's when the team collapses. That's when they know whom do we need to target. When it's Pikachu, he has that range. When it's a Delphox, he has that range. So he's always gonna be on the range. He's gonna spot someone. He's gonna check the bushes. He's gonna make sure that no one is lurking around. And with a good shot call, you can actually flip the game, which Flipit is actually doing. However, this is still the upper bracket. This is still game one. Even if Badmash 5 pulls it back, I believe it. This one is going to go to a 3-game set. And I am
Mm-hmm.
hoping for that because this is one of the most anticipated matches. I'm going to tell you right now. And there has been a little bit friendly rivalry going on between these teams. So it's always fun to see these games like turning around in the end. But let's see, even if something happens, you're still in the upper bracket. None of these
Mm-hmm.
teams are going to be eliminated from the tournament right now. But it's obviously going to be very important for them to win this because if they do, they're straight going into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We are still in phase two. Phase three still to come next weekend. We want to see both of these teams come through, but only I think one team can go through into phase three. Again, Flip It, Badmash 5, both providing a solid resume. But don't forget, we still have Indie Elites waiting in the losers bracket for whoever loses this fight, and that's going to be an even more intense fight as we do see Cerulege, Umbreon, Charizard, and Gyarados being banned this time around. Kid picking up the Blaziken now. I'm very excited to see. I mentioned it before. These two are slowly becoming my two watch players, Ragnar and Nightmare, on the side of Flip. And I'm very curious. You mentioned Ragnar was their mage player, and it seems like Nightmare is their all rounder player, their offlaner type player. We see Roku going in for the Slowbro, Magic Gun picking up the Eldegoss. So I have to wait even longer to see what Ragnar and Nightmare are going to be picking up. But I do like the combination of Eldegoss and a Slowbro versus a Blaziken.
So I can already assume Shrey is gonna pick. Or he has always played jungle. So Shrey is probably gonna pick an Urshifu here because he's very comfortable in that Pokemon. He has been playing that a lot. And
Mm.
Nightmare being their top laner, Ragnar is actually switching to a speedster, which is obviously interesting. He has
Mm.
that versatility in his gameplay. But with his Sylveon, he's actually gonna put a lot of pressure on the bottom lane if he does go there. Looking at Nightmare, he's going with a Lucario. What can I say about Lucario? I've seen Lucario so many times that there's nothing, no one wants to know about Lucario. Everyone has seen Lucario for their
Mm.
entire life because it was there on season 1 and there was no other Pokemon to even compete with. But March 5, knowing Shrey actually plays a lot of Urshifu, they're going to
Mm-hmm.
lock in the Urshifu, shutting him down off his pick, which is interesting. And again, Lobo, you got your pick.
I really like this. It would have been very no, don't do that to me.
I
A
love the Tyranitar
Tyranitar.
pick. I love the
Tyranitar
Tyranitar pick.
A Tyranitar into this is very, very interesting because no matter how much damage a Pikachu does to a Tyranitar, it's still not going to take it out. Ragnar and Nightmare, I saw Nightmare play his Lucario yesterday. A very, very great, I think it was one of the first games that we got to cast. It was a Lucario alongside a Greninja pick that
Right.
absolutely popped off. So incredible play there. I'm keen to see what the Tyranitar is able to do. Giving the Leafeon probably the Natu first off, and then letting your Tyranitar into the central area is probably the aim that they're going to go for. Seeing that Urshifu going to go into the central area, Leafeon's probably going to head straight in there and try and stop that Urshifu from getting online, as long as it takes the Natu and possibly one of the Baltoys to get online. This is going to be a very interesting match. We do not have any range on the side of Flip It, which is the interesting thing for me. So I'm curious. Magnus could go with the Mage Thunderbolt build, or it could go for a Volt Tackle Electro build to lock down those speedsters in Lucario and Leafeon.
Right. They have a lot of dive on their side. We can see Lucario is gonna dive on the opponent definitely, and Sylveon is like it's his home turf. He's gonna dive on the opponent, and we have seen time and again with Flip It that every time they're picking anything in their composition, they always take a Pokemon with true damage to make
Mm-hmm.
sure once the Rayquaza is down, they can actually defend their goal post.
Mm,
Tyranitar is
that's
one
a
of the same Pokemons. It's gonna do
okay.
that true damage.
That's a very interesting combination, but I don't tell me we're getting a Slowpoke invade. Come on now. Don't do this. Don't do this. Slowpoke. Oh my god, that's amazing. A Slowpoke invade. Leafeon, Ragnar the Leafeon is going to go take all of that farm for itself. Get that Leafeon online, but it just decides to leave it. What are you doing? What are you doing? But Slowpoke is trying to secure everything. But again, like you said, it's all about delaying for as long as possible because now Lucario just has free reign to get as many stacks into that top lane as well. Pupitar is already there, so that Tyranitar is almost as dangerous as Gyarados, letting it get online super early. And I guess they just don't really need to worry about this Slowpoke at the moment. It's a level 4 evolution. It'll get online. It's a tanky boy, but we've seen Eevee online. We see Pupitar almost online. And this is already, the game plan on paper is looking quite good for Flip It.
Right. So I remember when Tyranitar actually came out, a lot of teams were playing it. And when we had to counter a Tyranitar, there was only one thing to do. Make sure it does not reach level 9. It was
Mm,
that good at that point. Once it reaches level 9, it's going to stream roll the game. So the only counter that we had for Tyranitar was to invade his jungle. But now that his team is actually invading, look at the HP on everyone. It's actually going in favor of Badmash 5. They're doing it extremely well, even though they were late on that fight. Urshifu actually taking down that 2 knockouts is amazing. Jupiter cannot go down here. He need to survive because he is going to be the carry of the team. But how long are you going to survive with 4 people down there? With that, we already have a level 7 Urshifu and a level 6 Pupitar. As soon as that Pupitar comes online, this is going to be a completely different game from Flip It. They're gonna push everything into their bases. Just wait and watch. The invade is necessary because we have seen this Pupitar time and again on Shrey's hand, how devastating it can be.
Look, it's interesting that we've also seen a water bear for the first time in this tournament. We're used to seeing a dark bear with the wicked blow set. Lucario is just going to try and take down this combustion. Beautiful eject there. Lucario again, Flip It pushed a little bit too early. Let the HP get a little bit too low. So I'm not really too sure what they were planning there. They let Bad Mash 5 back in. As now we've got Leafeon coming back on in. Blaziken is low this time round. It does end up going down. And now Flip It are going to do the exact same thing. They're going to try and get some stacks in, but they need to leave because that Urshifu with a Blissey combination is back. Close combat onto the Lucario. It needs to power up punch out of here. There it goes. It gets healed by the Elder Goss. Urshifu cannot catch up to the Lucario as it does look like Urshifu has got its Unite move. It did use its Unite move, and now it looks like Nightmare is just going to back on off here as a nice big overdunk comes on in. Flip It not doing so well straight out of the gate as we thought, Ravage.
Yes, I believe the problem is that they have no range right now. We saw Pikachu actually take down Pupitar once again on the bottom lane. Leafeon is again going for a sneaky dunk. And look at this Urshifu. He's just going berserk on their jungle. With the power of punch, he finally takes it down. We finally see a Tyranitar on our screen. Now the game is actually going to flip. Pikachu finally securing the Regice. Not that important of an objective, I believe, in my opinion. It's probably the least important one with the Tyranitar here with the oh my god,
my
look at that
goodness.
Trevenant. He completely shut down that Tyranitar. We thought it's gonna be a different game. Flippin' thought it's gonna be a different game with that Tyranitar. They push it, but right now Badmash 5 has everything in their control. It's looking a little bit difficult for Flip It right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though the Tyranitar is online, it's still one level less than the Urshifu. Also, we did see the Pikachu is proving once again to be the difference maker with the Mage moveset. We can't underestimate just how good Pikachu is right now. Again, Nightmare on the Lucario doing a fantastic job. It is the highest level, was the highest level. We have Leafeon at level 9 as well. They need to get some stacks. They need to get something going on here. Regieleki just gets taken by the Blaziken and they just have to defend. Tyranitar, such a good mon for defense. But again, one of the biggest biggest things that's going to hinder this is that Trevenant that's just sitting in there. There's the Tyranitar. He's going on in. He's looked for the Urshifu. He's gone on through. There's the Phantom Forest that's going to stop the Urshifu going down. The Tyrannosaurus is just trying to fight anything that moves, but it's unable to do so. Lucario managing to get out. Urshifu has popped its Unite move. And Lucario possibly going to get out here. But no, this Urshifu Water Bear is just coming on in, getting the KOs. And there is nothing that Flip It can do. Leafeon and Eldegoss just have to back off.
But Match 5 is playing this absolutely amazingly. As soon as they see Tyranitar charging in at them, they step back one step. Let the defender take the damage. If you see in the top lane, once the Tyranitar got in, everyone was going back instead of pushing forward, which was an amazing gameplay because that separated Tyranitar from the entire squad that was waiting at the back, expecting a gank from Badmash 5 here. Slowbro finally unites the Pikachu. There's no more backlane damage. Tyranitar is still unable to take it down. And that's interesting. With the Slowbro Unite as well, you're not able to take down a Pokemon. This is not looking good for Flip It here. But we know Flip It. They're gonna flip at the end for the Rayquaza fight. It's just one fight that you need to win. That's been the theme of the tournament till now. And that Pikachu Unite coming in, taking down the Slowbro. Regirock going down. Pikachu with 2 kills right now. It's gonna be another push from Badmash 5. And Blissey secures a Regirock for some fun fact.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what happened with Nightmare then. He was walking towards the back part of his home base there. Hopefully that's not a disconnection. That would be a real big shame for that to happen here. But we could be on our way to see our very first Game 3 situation. My very first Game 3 situation. I haven't seen one yet in this tournament. But we got a 5-man push. They really don't want this Regieleki moving in. They're probably just going to have to rip it because when that Urshifu and Blaziken come on in, it's going to be interesting to see how Flip It decide to flip this one. They've got the Tyranitar true damage. Here we go. And Blissey secures the Regieleki once again. Lucario on the Nightmare on Lucario goes down. Tyranitar goes down. There's 3 members down for the side of Flip It as this Regieleki is walking on into that home pad. I don't know what they're going to do here. 347 to 56. No bases down. This Tyranitar is just hunting this Leafeon, unable to secure the farm out of the red buff as it goes through. And Leafeon's just going to get away here. But look, Flip It are trying to deal with this Regieleki. There's no possible chance of the Leafeon going in to stop those dunks. Slowbro is going to head on back. 44 does go in. This is almost a 380-point game difference. But there's 30 seconds left. Flip It is in the name. They know how to play. We've seen them in this situation before where they've been completely behind. They've almost got their Leafeon level 13. They've got their Tyranitar level 13. They've got their Unite moves. For me, it's Unite move the Urshifu. That's the biggest hindrance. It's Unite move the Urshifu, it's Unite move the Pikachu, and see which one they can take. Because that backline damage is a problem. Urshifu is a problem. Everything's a problem. Badmash 5 have done a really good job drafting. And they could pick out the Trevenant here as they decide to go in. Oh, the Thunderbolt just stopping them. As they're now going to have to go back and heal. But great, almost start to this Ray fight for Flip It.
Right, and looking at this team fight again, they are actually going for the Rayquaza again. Look at Tyranitar, he's already there, waiting for the melt, waiting for his team. The fight is going on, the Pikachu is doing a lot of damage. Trevenant is just a tease right now for Flip It. Another stun comes here for Pikachu. Look at the health on Flip It's team. They cannot engage right now. Oh. They're not ready with a slow beam in... Oh my god, it's going all wrong for Flip It. Right now the HPs are low with the slam of the hammer. Urshifu taking down 3. And that's a team wipe from Flip It.
A team wipe from Flip It. The Slowbro slow beam onto the Unite, onto the Blaziken was a great play. It was almost an eject slow beam. Pikachu able to help and save his teammate there. But again, an unlucky engage. I think Badmash 5 won this in the draft. They won this wherever they had. It was just a very, very solid performance from Badmash 5 this time around. 500 points to 56. Blissey's going to try and retreat here as Flip It could come back and try and get some points in. We could see another turnaround coming through, but I don't know. I think this is going to go to a Game 3 situation, Ravage.
Oh, I believe this is done and dusted. Even if all 5 of them score, they're still going to get to 556. Yeah, it's not going to be enough at any point. And remember at the start of today's stream, I told you, keep an eye on a player named Adi who plays support.
Mm.
and keep an eye on his eggs. He's gonna secure everything for his team, and that's what he has been doing with the Reggie Rock, with the Reggie Lucky, and everything. And trust me, it's gonna come for the Rayquaza as well if it goes down to that. So Flipper's major problem right now, if they want to flip something, is gonna be that RD. But however, you were completely correct that winning the draft was everything. Now
Mm.
Shrey is a really good player. He's a really good jungler, but he has quite a limited Pokemon pool.
Mm-hmm.
So once you ban one of his Pokemon and pick the other one, that's where he lacks a little bit of team synergy.
Absolutely. And look,
If you shut
uh,
down a player completely, how do you come back from that?
yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you, but I want to see now that we're in the fearless draft. This is where the teams. Well, this is where we talked about the teams'
Right.
move pool really comes into effect here. Perhaps we haven't seen everything that Shrey has to offer when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
the jungle position. We had him hooked on to something else before. I don't remember what it was before he switched to the Tyranitar. I
Mm-hmm.
believe it was the Mimikyu. I
Sounds correct.
think the Mimikyu probably would have been the better option
Mm-hmm.
in this instance because that Mimikyu has the ability to shut down Blaziken, has the ability to shut down Urshifu as well. It provides a little bit more of a front line, plus it gets online much earlier. So that I think flip it from the very first engage that we saw, where the Urshifu got a total of 4 KOs in the entire engage. I think that's where it started going wrong for them because you let that Urshifu go on a rampage like Genius did. It's not exactly what you see. And Magnus, again, 82k damage Pikachu, giving Ragnar a run for his money when it came to the Pikachu as well. Unfortunately, Ragnar only 30k on the Leafeon. Perhaps again, we saw the Leafeon go into bot path. I would have maybe wanted to see the Leafeon go straight into the jungle invade. Again, things to think about these when these teams are experimenting because the mons that got online got online. You don't want Urshifu getting online. You don't want Tyranitar getting online. But Tyranitar was hindered more than the Urshifu. And I think that was the major problem for Flippet. So I'm curious to see how they turn it around in game 3.
I completely agree with your point, but the problem with the Leafeon pick there is that you cannot play Leafeon in jungle when you have something like a Tyranitar that needs that
Understood.
entire jungle. And if you do not, if you want the Leafeon to push on their jungle, then you'll need someone to stay on the bottom lane. You
Hmm.
cannot leave a defender right now where you know they're gonna push. They want the Tyranitar to go down. You needed that Leafeon to take down the Pikachu as much as possible, not give it levels, not give it the ability to take down your team. And which eventually happened. If you look at the damage counters, it's genius with 89,000 expected from someone who took 4 KOs in the entire game. And then
Mm,
there's Magus with 82,000 casually dealing damage to the entire team. He was just
absolutely.
sitting back in the bushes and he has taken 21,000 damage, which is amazing because there was no one who was able to actually pick out that Pikachu early
Yeah.
and give their team an advantage. If you're
So,
taking
so
so much dive on your team, you need to do that.
So this is my kind of issue with that. Obviously, they sent the Leafeon bot lane, but there's
Mhm.
also an Eldegoss there that you could have also sent for the invade
Correct.
and left the Slowbro in the bot lane.
Mhm.
Give the Leafeon the Natu and let the Tyranitar take everything else. Once the Leafeon gets at least
Mhm.
one Bunnelby through lane as well as the Natu, it's a Leafeon. It can go.
Yep.
And then you prioritize protecting the Tyranitar, and also if you start to snowball with that Leafeon, the Tyranitar is just going to get his experience itself. But this is going to be an interesting one as we are 1-1 for the first time today. I don't know if this is the first game 3 situation we've seen over the entire weekend. I'm not sure, but it's the first game 3 I'm casting. But Cerule Edge, Gyarados, Umbreon, and Blaziken ban. I'm very keen to see how these two teams, like you said, this is probably one of the most anticipated matches that we've got in this region. These teams must be the two most popular teams. Obviously, I've seen some other teams from India as well. Shrey picking up the Charizard. Now, I think this is the first time we're going to see a Charizard Ravage.
Definitely, the first time we're going to see a Charizard and what a pick it is. We know how broken Charizard is right now with the Unite move. And also to think about, this is the final game of the uppers bracket. So it had
Mm.
to be something like this. Ragnar is probably. I'm not sure what Ragnar is gonna pick. Picking the Slowbro early and the support is quite good. I don't think Flippet even had the option to pick these two. They have already played them, but they do have the option to take a Blissey, which is amazing. If they actually lock down Chandelier, No, it's gonna be the Buzzwole Nightmare actually switches it out, but we'll have to see. Now, again, this is a problem I have with Buzzwole. You generally take Buzzwole to counter a certain Pokemon. It's a
Yeah.
counter pick. It's not the first pick that you reveal to your opponents. So I'm not very sure about this one.
I don't know what Buzzwell's going to do here, whether it decides to go with that Leech Life option, especially with the Blissey heals. It
Mhm.
could be. We've seen Nightmare pull off a lot of impressive things. Lucario did great things, even on the back foot there. And I believe that is Ragnar on the Greninja, which is also going to be very interesting. So maybe not the Greninja, again, baited once again. But Ninetales coming in here, also really good. It stops the Buzzwell from getting into you, especially if it's going with the Avalanche. And Blizzard moveset. Ninetales, one of my favorite Pokemon to play. Leafeon being picked up by Kid. Greninja possibly being locked in. As well as Ryoku is going to lock in a Crustle. Interesting composition for me from the side of Flip It. I really don't know about this composition from Flip It. Also, Badmash 5 pulling out a very interesting combination here as well. And I guess this is how the Fearless Draft works. We're seeing unconventional teams, but Metagross and Charizard, two of the most broken ones at the moment. So broken versus broken. I I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I guess you're gonna have to give me some information about these picks for both of these teams.
So right now, what I'm looking at is that Team Com is out of the gate. Now just go with your comfort.
Okay.
This is what I can see in the drafts right now. Megas has already been playing Ninetales for a long time. He's very comfortable with the Ninetales. And
Mm.
Greninja has already this comp at the side of Flippin it looks like something from patch 7.
Mm-hmm.
When Buzzole was still on, Greninja just got a recent buff. Charizard was doing jungle. Crystal was really good at that time. It's something back from patch 7, and that's probably when most of the people in the Indian community were playing Unite all day.
Yep.
So that's how you know they're the comfort picks. You can look at the badges on almost each one of them. So you
Yep.
already
I
know
see
they
it.
have played this Pokemon at least 100 times.
Mm.
So
Now
yeah,
you talked about Shrey being not having the biggest move pool. Is Charizard one of those Pokemon that's in his move pool? Because he was one of the only ones on the team that did not have a badge. So I'm just very curious about Shrey for Flip It, if that Charizard is one of his comfort picks or if it's a Mon that he's just recently picked up.
to be honest, I can literally tell you Trey would have been in the VC right now telling everyone, let me pick the Granger, let me pick the Granger. It has been with him like this for a long time right now. But yeah, Granger in a bottom lane makes much more sense because you need Charizard to have more levels.
Mm.
Charizard definitely being one of the most broken Pokemon, he must have started playing it recently. That's why he does not have the badge with the update and all. You'll have to always keep on updating on your move pools. With the
Yep.
Buzzole on the top lane early game, he's pretty good. He does not need an evolution to be strong at the first, so he's just gonna scale up.
As
Getting
you can
2 KOs
see,
is
two
great in the
KOs.
first few minutes. Yeah, it's
Yep.
amazing.
Absolutely. Buzzwell already coming in combination, not letting that Leafeon come online. I apologize for cutting you off there,
Yeah,
but
that's
Shrey is heading into that top side. Crossel not online yet, but Greninja is in the bot lane path is very interesting to me. Nightmare, I believe that's Ragnar on the Greninja, is it not? It's
that is
Ragnar
right.
on the it's Ragnar on the Greninja, so I'm really keen to see how it goes. Both junglers have gone to different lanes. First time we've seen that actually. Slowbro is now online, and now is a big push down as Leafeon is going to come down and just try and get a stack because he has no chance of getting a stack in that top lane and get that EV evolution.
Right, and you see how the Badmash 5 is evolving with the game. They saw the Buzzwole was already popping off. They did not try to take down the Buzzwole. They let him have his top lane as much as he wants. And look at this jungle invade. They needed that. Make sure you get the levels on time. The Clefairy is still a Clefairy, not a Clefable. Leafeon not coming online for so long is a problem for Badmash 5. With the Ninetales, the problem with Ninetales is that I don't know how much effective it's gonna be in the final hours of the match.
Mm, yeah, absolutely. Ninetales so good with that CC, but probably the snow warning ability on Ninetales is a real problem because it does give away the position of the Ninetales. One of the big problems I've had with Ninetales when you're sitting in a bush waiting for people and snow warning just decides to pop off and give away your position. But this Charizard Buzzwole combination proving really strong for Flip It. We thought it was a weird combination, but Crustle again, also such an annoying Pokemon to deal with. X Scissor, Rock Tomb, Rock Smash, whatever you want to deal with, it's just able to stun and get any way on. But we just need to see if Ragnar can get online here. Blissey almost going down. Charizard almost got its Unite move. It's level 8, surviving on barely a hope and a prayer. Snow Warning able to just get away, and now Greninja is online. There's a beautiful Rock Tomb to stun everybody into the way, and I think that's exactly what they wanted. The Rock Tomb combination plus Fire Blast, Greninja, and Buzzswole. So I think Flip It coming out very strong in this one, Ravage.
Right, and I can see the problem with Marsh 5's comp already. You have a Ninetales, which is supposed to be your mage, but it's not that long of a range. And with something like Buzzwole, you need to stay as much away from Buzzwole as possible. Because once it grabs you, it's gonna just finish you off. And with so much stun, once it gets it plus move, I guess, plus smackdown, he's gonna stun you forever and he's probably gonna finish you off. Right now, Flip It is looking at a great position, pushing the tier 2 already, giving a taste of Vidmarsh 5's comp.
That's an unnecessary Charizard ult. That is an unnecessary Charizard ult. You could have saved that and, you know, gone back to tier 2 to defend with the Charizard Unite. I don't know if the Unite move was super necessary there, but possibly Shrey just trying to get a little bit of payback for that previous game. But we have got 214 to 127. Flip It 100 points to the good here. It's going to be an interesting way as they trade tier 1 for tier 1. Leafeon's gone in with the Razor Leaf as Blissey does go down. The supporter going down is not great. Metagross getting stunned. It's going to set up the Beyblade Arena. It does not get the time to set up the Beyblade Arena, but it does have to eject out. The Meteor Mash not hitting its mark and just defending everywhere they can. Buzzwole, Big Swell Slam coming on in. Metagross on a living and a prayer. Snow Globe coming out from Alolan Ninetales, but it just gets slammed back down by the Buzzwole. 2 KO streak there for the Charizard. It's just barely getting out. Emerald two-step coming on in, taking it down the Greninja and the Charizard. Leafeon just doing everything possible in this match and just going straight back in to the enemy jungle to try and just say, this is mine now.
This is the problem that I was talking about. Once Ninetales is not going to be as good as the it has been in the early game, in the end game. Because with Ninetales, the problem is that everyone is going to dive on that Ninetales and it does not have that much HP. I don't think it has a great synergy with any of them. I have seen Ninetales pop off with something like a Mammoth's where you go for the stun, the freeze combo. But
Yeah,
right now, I'm not very sure about the 19 pick. But let's see, they still have a lot to go. We have seen matches flip at the very end of the game, and right now there's still around 5 minutes left in the game. It's a good pick for them, getting some levels in their favor. With the Buzzwole coming on, they need to take him down if they want to do anything in the top lane right now.
Yeah, they're going to absolutely crash into this tier 2 top lane. I don't know what Flip It are doing. They're too slow on the rotation as that tier 2 has just been crashed on. Blissey is back up. Greninja's decided to go in with its Unite. Slowgo being fired by Ninetales. The Beyblade Arena is up, which means they can't do much here. Crustle stunning anything that can move. Charizard's Unite has come on in as well. Slowbro is too far away. Leafeon behind them gets Rock Tombed into the X's. A Clefairy just trying to do anything that it can to survive, but this is a problem for Flip It because that Regieleki has the possibility to walk straight into that home base.
But Marsh have been playing around that home base as well. We have seen how Hoopa Unite made them come into the home base, score some goals. They have actually evened out the levels. Actually, at this time, but Marsh 5 is at an advantage for levels. Look at that Leafeon already getting us level 13. Charizard is level 12. Grenza is level 11. They'll need that levels. Metagross is already level 12. Ninetales is level 12. So they can actually push the fight here. Slowbro going down so early in the fight is gonna be a problem. Flip It just doing whatever they can to make sure this Regieleki does not go towards their home.
Yeah, absolutely. Charizard has its Unite. It goes to level 13. Get those stunks in. Leafeon gets stunned. Big Swell Slam coming on in. Blissey takes down the Leafeon. Crosswell's dealing with the Metagross this time around. Charizard just needs to come on in here and Unite move. The Metagross Beyblade Arena is in. Greninja is stuck. The Water Shurikens are doing whatever they can, but Metagross goes down as it takes down the Greninja. Charizard has popped its Unite move and Buzzwole just punches away the Slowbro. This Regieleki still has not been taken. Probably want to take this off the map as quickly as they can. Great engage there, but Charizard gonna need its Unite back. Buzzwole gonna need its Unite back. Crustle getting stalled back in. They slam the Clefable onto the Regieleki. Great drop by Flip It. There's no more threat of that Reggie Lecky walking in. What an intense game that we've got. Our first game 3 situation. These two teams are holding up nothing, Ravage.
This is the only game I have seen where you cannot say which team is ahead at the moment. Look at
Absolutely.
the scores, look at the levels. Everything has been matched to bone, except for the Charizard getting level 14. Metagross is not there yet, but he might get
Uh,
level 14 just
there
right
you
now.
go. There you
Uh,
go.
with
And
just
look, we've
10
got two level
seconds left.
14s. Two level 14s on both teams, two level 12s, a level 13 Ninetales. Just that Greninja needs to hit that level 13 spike, and we could have something here. But Flipit could go for it in, but both teams seizing each other out. There it is. It's a close battle. Which team is going to blink first?
The question is Flip It gonna flip it?
I don't know. I don't know if they have the comp to flip it. They don't have the secure. They probably have the Greninja, but they want to make sure that they get a good... They want to get rid of the slow beam so that the Charizard Unite is not wasted.
Right, and we can see that Charizard's already targeting the slow
There's the
but
slow
with the
beam.
slow beam on, there's no one who's actually... Oh my god, they have been taking the fight somewhere else. Charizard Unite finally pops off. Slowbro's amazing engage goes to a complete waste because there was no one who was covering for Slowbro. There's no backup for Slowbro. Charizard finally takes on the Metagross. There's 2 down on either sides. This is still anyone's game with Ninetales taking down in Crystal. Your defender has gone down. Charizard Unite has been committed. I think this game is currently in the favor of Badmash 5 because Charizard has gone back to the base. They're coming back, but so is Badmash 5. It's on so low. Rayquaza for the final moments. It's the clippable Adi once again with the secure. This man does not miss his secures, and just what they have to do is score. Flip It is still on the lead. If they're able to score like 2 more goals, they have this in the bag.
Yeah, they have to score here. Leafeon's trying to do whatever it can, but again, Buzzwole trying to go there. They've got to push themselves. Leafeon needs to get somewhere. They just need to punch the Buzzwole away. It gets pushed off of pad. Buzzwole's doing whatever it can. Oh my god, Flippin is still in the lead with 20 seconds left to go. Buzzwole going down. Greninja doing whatever it can. Leafeon is there. Leafeon is there, and it's about to go. It's in. It's in for Budmarsh 5. They're going to get the 50 in. They're going to get the 50 in, and that is game, set, and match for Budmarsh 5 with 100 points going in with 5 seconds left to go. What an incredible game. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
How many times have I told you to keep an eye on that?
I don't need to. The Clefairy secure out of nowhere. Unbelievable. Again, what a tip-top Ray fight. The slow beam on the Charizard to no effect, and then everybody else was fighting. They decided to go after Nightmare on the Buzzwole because that was the problem. If Buzzwole starts popping off in that Rayquaza pit, it's a problem. The Bliss Assistance on to Nightmare as well. Again, I don't even know what to say. Magnus on the Mages, on the Ninetales did quite well. I think with the amount of brawliness that Flip It had on their side, the Blizzard Avalanche build I think was a great way to go there because we saw Shrey on the Charizard, Ragnar on the Greninja just getting zoned out a little bit and not able to commit as much as they wanted to.
This is what happens with comfort, I would say. If you know how you need to play this Pokemon, how you match up against a certain Pokemon, that only happens when you have a certain level of comfort with a Pokemon. Right? You know your matchup is not good against this one. What do you have to do? You just push them away and get back. No matter how bad Ninetales was in this matchup, Magus just pulled it out somehow. And I'm just gonna say, I could not have expected anything better this week from the upper bracket, for the final match of the upper bracket. But March 5 finally clutching it in, going to the semifinals. Flip It will have to face IND Elites in the bottom bracket.
Oh my god, I can't believe I'm actually going to miss that match. Flip It versus IND Elite is going to be an interesting match, and I'm very jealous that you guys get to cast this one coming up. But again, so Budmarsh 5 are all the way through to the grand finals. Have they made it to phase 3 yet, or they've still got a few another hurdle to go through?
I believe they have, because they are the only people left in the upper bracket, right? So
Yeah,
they're
so
anyways qualified in the grand finals.
So it's going to be, I do believe it's going to be Flip It. Yeah, you're right. Flip It and Indie Elite are going to
Right.
fight it out as well in the next game. And that is going to be an interesting one. And then I think Budmush 5 are waiting in the wings for the winner of Flip It versus Indie Elite. We're going to head back to 3Cam, I believe, to introduce our newest member to the casting desk. And then I am going to say my farewells because I'm so unfortunate that I don't get to watch these next couple of games. But oh my god,
I'll keep
so
sending you screenshots. You don't have to worry about that.
no, I'm very excited. I'm very very excited. So I want to get your before we head on back to the caster's desk. I want to get your final thoughts when we've got Flip It, we've got Badmash 5, we've got Indie Elite. Who's your pick to win? Do you have a favorite? Do you have friends on all of these teams? Were you one part of one of these teams?
That's
Give
also a
me.
problem. So yes, I do have friends in all of these teams. A lot of names I do recognize. And about yesterday, you already know about one of the teams I used to coach here. So the problem with these teams is that now the Pokemon Unite scene is so vast that everyone has like the main team that used to be the main 8 teams that used to dominate Pokemon Unite is not anymore there in India, but it has separated down to become so many different teams, which is amazing. And with that, hello Husky to the stream. How have you been enjoying the matches? I believe you saw this last one because it has
Yeah.
been an amazing series for these Flip It versus Badmash 5. Probably the best match we have seen all weekend.
That was a great time for me to come in and be sitting in the background and watching that series because those games were they had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. It could have gone either way. I really think Flip It lives up to their name, honestly. That's what they
Yeah.
were doing throughout the entire series.
Right.
Yeah,
As I
absolutely.
casually dodged Lobo's question of answering the
Yeah. But look, Husky, welcome to the caster's desk. This is our first time that we're getting to cast together alongside the lovely Ravage. Please, for the new people that are still watching, so those who haven't seen, tell us a little bit about yourself before we head on into the next match, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited to be here. This is my first time casting with INGAGE, but I work under Pandacorn Gaming. I do casting for them, so I do a lot of grassroots tournaments similar, but I'm mostly based in the NA scene, so I don't get to see a lot of what happens in other regions, especially India, which has a really huge and interesting Pokemon Unite scene. We saw them show up at Worlds with, unfortunately, only one slot that they get, even though the region is so big with so many teams. And they did a great job in Worlds. And last year, I remember they're the only ones to take a game off of Luminosity, and that was always fun to watch. So I'm super excited to be here. Like I said, I'm a caster. I also do Twitch streaming, and I make content on YouTube for Pokemon Unite. My goal is to just keep it upbeat, provide some educational content to the community, and I'm super excited to be here.
That is amazing. Obviously, you will don't know one of my near and dear friends, Shifty Bear. He's also done a lot of stuff with you guys over there at Pandacorn Games. So we are absolutely overjoyed to have you join the caster's desk. But this is going to be my final time. So as you say hello, I am going to say goodbye. I am super excited to have been able to cast these games for you guys. But you guys, I believe, are going to be watching Flip It versus Indie Elite. Now, Indie Elite, for you, Husky, they have gone on a absolute tear down in the losers bracket, not dropping a single game so far. Flip It have had a great run in the top bracket, so this is another anticipated game for you guys to watch, and I'm actually very, very disappointed that I'm going to be leaving you guys. But as I say goodbye, thank you so much, Ravage, for having me. Thank you guys. And I will let you guys go to the 2 screen and I will head on out of here. But I will see you guys later. But I'll be watching in the background.
Thank
I'll
you
see you
so
guys
much,
later.
Lobo. It has been a pleasure sharing the screen with you. And yes, you're definitely going to miss one of the most interesting matches, but we'll not talk about that anymore. Anyways,
Yeah, I'm
Husky,
excited to see this one.
right. So I'll give you a short rundown of Andy Elites and Flip It. Flip It has been a team who did not lose a single game until this very one that brought them down to the losers bracket. The entire theme of the match has been no matter how bad you're losing the entire game, no matter how behind you're on the levels, just flip it.
Yep.
And they have been doing that
That's why
quite well.
Rayquaza exists, right?
That's what they have been doing, and they have been doing that quite well. And I believe before the match starts, we might be taking a short break here. But before we go into that break, Husky, if you have seen any of the matches, because I know you have been following SA12 on the world scene, what do you
Mhm.
expect of the India region? Like, you have seen their gameplay.
I tried to do my homework because I didn't want to come in knowing absolutely nothing. So I looked at the teams that are in the tournament. I wanted to see, exactly what they're bringing to the table. And I see a lot of really interesting, different type of strategies that you don't often see in the western regions that I usually cast. So we're seeing invades pretty much every game, like constantly putting pressure. It's just pressure, pressure, pressure nonstop. Like no one is taking a break. Everyone is just continuing moving. They pick a lot of meta picks, but they also have a lot of really interesting strategies. Like we got to see the Tyranitar come out, and we got to see some really interesting picks on either side, and at least this last match, and I caught a bit of the match before that as well, where some things were really interesting and fun. So I think that the India region, I think that they're just trying to have a good time. Like they're just trying to do what's fun for them. And a lot of times that ends up just being picking what you want to pick, putting pressure on, keeping the fights up, a lot of damage, like a lot of really interesting plays. So I feel like, at least from what I know about the teams are very evenly matched in that a game could go either way at any point. So it keeps it really exciting, keeps everyone on their toes.
Well, that is completely true. We are enjoying our time here. And before the teams get ready, Husky, we'll just take a short break and we'll be right back when the teams are ready.
Sounds good. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, guys. I'm so sorry we had to make you wait for so long, but something has just came into our knowledge, which I believe you guys need to hear. Maqsad ACL has been disqualified from the tournament. There has been a lot of issues which came in the knowledge of the organizers here, and for that reason, they have disqualified the team. They were already 20 minutes late for each and every game, and there was a set rule that you have to be in the channel species, the Discord species, so you can see that each and every player is playing. And they have been suspected of ghosting the matches, so making someone else play on their account. So for that reason, for the time being, Maqsad ACL has been disqualified from the game. So the game now is going to be Flip versus IND Elite, who has not dropped a single game at the bottom tier, which is Lobo's favorite team right now. And pretty sure Fu has already been following them the entire series as well. So, Husky, you're new here. Let me tell you, a lot of people have been supporting IND Elites. I had to play the devil's advocate. I'm still a bit Badmash fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry that that Lobo's not going to be casting this and it's going to be me, but I will do my best to make sure that I do it justice for him and his favorite team. I'm excited to see what these teams have in store for us today.
Definitely. And so we have been talking about Flip It a lot these days. With the games already on, we know in the first match, Flip It is going to take something that's going to secure that Rayquaza, secure those objectives. We can see the Gyarados banned already. The Charizard has been banned. Slowbro ban is one of my favorite ones because you need to take down one of the defenders, making
Yep.
sure that your carry does not get shut down in the early fights.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Umbreon come out immediately as well. I mean, if Slowbro's banned, you take Umbreon. Even if Slowbro's not banned, you take Umbreon. It's really powerful. Both Mean Look and Foul Play are really, really strong moves. And the Mimikyu also coming out with my favorite item, Charging Charm. It's my favorite item in the game, so I'm excited to see that as well. Looks like it could go either way, Play Rough or Shadow Claw. Could be a fun pick for sure.
Right, and let me talk about Doc a little bit. He has been one of my favorite players in this tournament because as a defender, he creates so much space for his attackers to engage. He initiates the fight so well that I've been loving his gameplay this entire match. Scepter has been the mate for Andy Elites for the longest time as I've known, and he's again taking one of my favorite mages and the most beautiful Gardevoir. I know a lot of people are gonna quote me on that, but it is what it is.
I love Gardevoir, and I love seeing it get picked still. I feel like, a mage pick can go either way. I feel like melee is much more prioritized in competitive metas usually, but seeing something like a Blaziken and having a Gardevoir in the back line with an Umbreon to prevent the Blaziken from diving in is going to be really strong into this, especially with a Trevenant Serena as well. It's a really strong comp from Flip It. I think the Gardevoir could still do pretty well here.
Right, and again, the Venusaur is in. I believe they could have taken Venusaur Blizzy. That's a tale as old as time, song as old as time. It's the Beauty and the Beast. I had to complete that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, the Venusaur in there. I believe if you're going to play Venusaur, you could have taken Blissey. It's just a match made in heaven. However, Eldegoss is still pretty good in the top lane. It can take the red buff, deal a good amount of DPS in the early game. Because you need to shut down that fire chicken, which is Torchic, as much as possible. Once Blaziken comes online, it's actually gonna do a lot of damage. It has that dive potential, which you'll need to stop. With Serena being on the squad, you can dive with Blaziken, you can dive with Serena. So
Yeah.
Scepter needs to play a very safe game here. And the problem is that two divers, Venusaur might have a problem here as well. So we'll have to see. There's a lot of poke damage on the side of IND Elites, but Flip It, as we know, are gonna play their natural aggressive game.
And I also love this Assault Vest item pick on the Clefable as well. They see the Gardevoir, they see the Venusaur, Eldegoss, a lot of special attack damage going to be coming out on the side of IND Elites, so it's a smart move to go with that Assault Vest to make sure that the special attack damage doesn't do as much as it could into your heavy frontline damage dealers.
True, I absolutely agree. So right now, Ragnar, I believe, was Lobo's favorite player. Ragnar has been playing an amazing Pikachu the entire
Oh yeah.
tournament, and we're gonna see Ragnar once again on that Pikachu with the green badge. I believe he got that green badge during this tournament itself. However, Nightmare with the blue badge on Blaziken tells us
Hmm.
that it's not only one of the best Pokemons in game, but it's also his comfort pick. So, Husky, what do you think? What does matter more? Is does it have to be a good Pokemon, or does it have to be a Pokemon you're good with?
I've talked about this before, actually, plenty
Right.
of times. I mean, you could play the most meta thing in the world, but if you're not good at that meta thing, it's still not going to do anything. It's better to go with something that you're good at, even if it is a little bit more detrimental to the composition. Not that Blaziken is at all. That thing is still super broken. But I always think it's better to play something you're comfortable with as opposed to the meta, because you can do the meta as much as you want, but if you're not good at it, then it really doesn't matter.
That is so true. And with that, we can see all the Pokemons here on the bottom side, except for the Mimikyu, have some badges on them. Which tells us that these trainers have been doing their homework. They have been playing a lot on these Pokemons. They know how to play these around. And with the tournament coming out so forward right now, with almost in the final stages, these are last two matches of the tournament. We need to make sure that this match has to be a hell of an entertainment show for all of you. And with that, I have no clue why it's not loading. Someone has internet issues right now. But I can guarantee you with Doc's Umbreon, there's going to be a great potential for Venusaur to dive into the comps. I'm not sure if he's going to play the Solar Beam build or the Petal Dance. I cannot see the items right now. I missed that in the team composition. But if it does go for the Solar Beam, it's going to be a little problem for the Pikachu to deal damage from the background, because with the Solar Beam's range, you can actually almost knock out a Pikachu with one Solar Beam.
Yeah, I think that you could kind of go either way. You could have
Mhm.
this secure that's kind of missing from IND Elites
Mhm.
with Solar Beam, but Petal Dance, honestly, with a healer of Eldegoss, making sure you're pocketing that Venusaur, Petal Dance could also do really well into that melee. But I wouldn't be opposed to the Solar Beam, but again, we couldn't see the items, so it's going to be fun for us as well to see it as we get into our first game of this series, which hopefully we do get into very soon.
I have no clue why it's not loading. Is it stuck for us, or is it stuck for everyone else as well?
I think it is just some internet issues potentially, or just some game issues. Could always be a game crash as well. You know, you never know with Pokemon Unite. Are most I actually don't know this. Do Indian players usually play on the Switch, or are they usually mobile players?
It's mostly mobile players in here. So I know a
Hmm.
lot of players who bought Switch after they played on mobile. But what happens if you start a game on mobile? You're always going to be comfortable on the mobile device itself.
Yeah, totally true. And Unite runs much better mobile anyway.
Right.
I think many people play on the Switch just
Mhm.
because playing a console game and pressing the buttons is like what they're used to, because a lot of people come from different
Right.
MOBAs like on PC and things like that.
Right.
So I guess they find it easier, but the Switch cannot handle Pokemon Unite for some reason, even though it's not a really intense game. They cannot handle what, what Pokemon Unite has. So usually we run into issues like this with game crashes, and especially in draft as well.
Yeah, and another problem I've seen with Switch, or it might be just my skill issue, is that if you're playing something like Zoroark, which has a lot of combos, a lot of potential to mash buttons with the right timing, it doesn't happen on Switch. If you're on mobile,
Hmm.
the touch response is much better. I don't feel the button response is that much better on the Nintendo Switch. I don't know, it might be a skill issue with me. There might be players who are able to pull it off. I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried. I think Zoroark is one of those that's a really difficult combo to get
Mhm.
right. But it depends again on the player. I know a lot of players on Switch who can do these really skill intensive speedster type combos, like a Scyther player. I feel like
Right.
plays so much better on mobile, but I've seen some ridiculous Switch players be able to take it out into games. So I guess it just depends. But at least from what I found, I play only on Switch, because if I got it on mobile, I would never actually put the game down. So what I
Right. So it
from
does
what
come
I've
down to
yeah
comfort in the end.
yeah, exactly. It's whatever works best for you.
All right, I think we're gonna go back to Custard as there has been some problem with the comp here. With not with the comp. I'm so sorry. There has been some problem with technical issue with one of the players here. I don't know why the game did not load. It might be the internet issue. Their game might have crashed. Something might have happened. I want to point out something. The Mimikyu was running an attack boost. The X
Hmm.
attack item.
X
I
attack,
completely
yeah.
forgot. Anyways, with the X attack, the problem is that even if it jumps on the Serena, I think it might be just able to kill the Serena in itself.
Hmm.
It's ultimate.
It's I mean, the comp on Flip It
Mhm.
is really tanky.
Mhm.
So even with the extra damage of Mimikyu and the X attack and the charging charm burst, and they had attack weight as well, Razor Claw, like all those are really heavy damage items. But with the tanky comp and the healing that they're going to get from Clefable, I don't know if the Mimikyu is going to be able to one-shot something like a Serena, something like a Blaziken. They probably will be able to with Pikachu, but as we've seen Ragnar's Pikachu, I
Right.
don't even know if Mimikyu will be able to catch it.
Well, there's always a dive potential because these two teams have played so well that they're almost at the final stages of the game. Now, right now, we have the top three teams in the game, which is Badmash 5, IND Elite, and
Hmm.
Flip It. These are the top three teams. If they don't know how to counter something like a backlane Pikachu, then I
Yeah.
don't think anyone in the tournament can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. And we were talking about this off camera as well while we were in break. The Pikachu being something that it just recently got a Volt Tackle buff, and it's a very strong character, but it's also a very easy character to play.
Right.
So a character that's easy to play and also good means that a high skilled player with it makes it honestly seem broken. Oh, we are in our game. There we go. It looks like there was a production issue, but we are picking up at the 3-minute 45-second mark, Ragnar.
Right, and with that, we can see Flip It is currently at the lead at 229 points. Serena taking down that Venusaur. It seems like Flip It is gonna play their natural game. They're gonna push it down, and with that, Blaziken diving into the comp takes down that Gardevoir, but Mimikyu comes in with a good trade. There's gonna be a little bit trouble with the Ragnar United. Trevenant actually almost survives. Mimikyu taking down 3 people is huge. And looking at the levels right now, Serena is the highest level on the board. Venusaur is level 12. He needs that level 13 as soon as possible. Ragnar Unite actually saved him. There, it made Trevenant live a little bit longer to make sure that Mimikyu goes down. So the game is already on. There's just 3 minutes left, and this is the situation.
Yeah, we can see that it looks to be pretty evenly matched despite the score lead on the side of Flip It, but the levels are decently evenly matched. We should see Venusaur taking into that 13 very soon, Mimikyu, Gardevoir, and as I say that, the Venusaur does tick into 13. We have the Serena Blaziken at level 13 as well, so pretty even spread of levels, even though the score lead is in favor of Flip It right now. Serena jumping in on this little baby Eldegoss who has to use their X-Speed to get away, but they will be able to escape.
Right, and with the tears looking right now, I'm sorry, I just got confused. Actually, Pikachu getting that Regi steal at the last 15 seconds is gonna be huge. They're gonna have the buff for the next 30 seconds, which means for the final fight, their attack is boosted. Gardevoir with the backlane damage. This is a Solar Beam Venusaur unites on the entire team. Another Sludge Bomb Solar Beam combo takes down the Trevenant with the tank down. And the Elites are in a good position to push this out. The buff from the Regi steal is gone. Mimikyu unites on that Pikachu, I believe. Yes, fine. Oh no, it was the Serena that's taking down the Eldegoss, and actually Mimikyu is still chasing down a Blaziken. He's not letting Blaziken get into the fight. Blaziken finally goes down, and this might be the final KO on the side of. Yeah, I got a little bit confused. Sorry, take over.
This fight is honestly just breaking out all over the place right now. It's hard to follow everything that's happening. Looks like Mimikyu's getting dove on by 3 right now. Tries to use Play Rough to get out, but Serena is going to chase them down. They do go down now. Eldegoss is caught out a little bit here. They have to back up as well. 2 members down for IND Elites, but here comes Gardevoir. They're coming back. They do not have a Fairy Singularity to really push this fight into their favor, but they do have a lot of Psyshock damage. Eldegoss going down to the Serena, but look at that. Serena is now so low from that Solar Beam damage, Ragnar.
So right now what I am looking at here is that Eldegoss did not use his Unite, which is very big. And I don't think anyone is completely committing to the fights here. Right now, we are seeing everyone just taking a KO, getting back, surviving with a slither of HP. Look at that Venusaur. It's gonna get away. Mimikyu comes in clutch with the Solar Beam. Will the Serena go down? Probably not. It's a very tanky Pokemon. It's still chasing on. Serena finally goes down to that Gardevoir. So, Sludge Bomb coming in. Pikachu taking that trade. And at all points, we see four people on either side. No one is committing. And if this keeps going this way, Flippit has the game in the back, 293 to 177. INT Elites have no choice left. You either go for the score. Rayquaza is not gonna cut it for you. I guess the first game is done and dusted in the favor of Flippit.
Flippit is going to take this one. There's just not enough time for IND Elites to score, even though they did end up getting that Rayquaza. They really had to commit onto the Rayquaza much earlier. But Flippit did a really good job of dispositioning everybody on IND Elites and moving them around the Ray Pit to make sure that the tanks were not near the carries and they could catch them out. Really, really good game there from Flippit to take our game number 1.
I believe there were some commitment issues from IND Elites right now. The fight broke out so many times at so many different places in the Rayquaza pit, but
Uh-huh.
no one actually committed to it. It was all just okay, you get a knockout, I'll take the trade, and then everyone just backed off. For Flippit, it worked out perfectly fine. They were already in the lead. IND Elites were the one who needed to commit. I don't know what happened, why it was there was such a delay. How was the game going the entire game? Maybe they have not been winning the team fights, and that's why they were not getting that confident to actually dive in. With the Venusaur doing 89,000 damage, that's a good number that you want to see on your Venusaur.
Mm-hmm.
Except that on that Gardevoir is doing 62,000 damage, Nohara 61. It's decent all across the board. Ragnar, as we have been talking about, 84,000 damage from the backlane Pikachu is just huge. And I'm really excited for the second game because IND Elites right now have a good idea of how Flippit plays.
Yeah, I think that, again, we're seeing these games really close right up until the end there. And we were talking earlier about the Venusaur potentially going Petal Dance or Solar Beam. Could have gone either way. Both have a ability to play into the comp. That was Flippit's composition. But in that final fight, Flippit really used the squishiness of the Solar Beam Venusaur to their advantage, and though the Venusaur was poking, as soon as they isolated it away from the Umbreon, away from the Eldegoss, the Venusaur could go down a few times really easily, and it was the same with the Gardevoir. The squishier the comp, the more detrimental it is when you actually separate them from the tanks and supports. So I think that also really worked in Flippit's favor.
I would say for IND Elite, the problem was that the Venusaur was a little bit frail because it's not running a Giga Drain Brill.
Mm-hmm.
Scepter, who was playing the Gardevoir, it's also a little bit frail. It's also dealing damage from the back. But if you have two backlane damage, who is gonna take that front lane? Who's gonna take the fight in the front? Because they
Yeah.
already have two divers. And your Umbreon cannot do the entire job for you. Mimikyu is gonna target one Pokemon at all points. But
Yeah.
then if you have two people at the back, even if one diver gets in, which we saw Mimikyu do a lot of times, it's gonna take both of them down. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what's been happening here. We can see on the side of, if I'm talking about knockouts here, Shrey on that Serena, he took 5 knockouts. And
Yeah.
Ragnar, with the backlane damage of that Pikachu, has got 8 knockouts.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there was
That was huge.
nothing much going on here. Nightmare just got 2. So that's most of the knockouts on the side of Flippin. So it
Mm-hmm.
hasn't been a very aggressive game. We have seen knockout numbers go up to 20, but
Mm-hmm.
with no one touching even 10 here, it seems like both the teams played a really passive game, and in the end, just win by default with the score sitting.
Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier as well. The differences with where I'm coming from in North
Hmm.
America. I see mostly North American teams play, mostly European teams play occasionally. And you're saying that this wasn't a very aggressive game because there weren't that many knockouts, but an 8 knockout game in a competitive North American game is huge, is ridiculous. You see numbers go above 60,000 in North America, and you're like, wow, this was the most aggressive game of all time. So that just kind of shows how aggressive and INGAGE heavy these India region teams are.
The Husky are missing out on something. Yesterday, we saw a game where on the same team, a person did 24 knockouts, the other person did 21 knockouts, and there was a Sylveon with 44 assists.
That's that's crazy. You
I was
don't
like,
see
yeah, they
that in
played a
North
little
America.
aggressive.
Yeah, we do have our draft right here. Seeing the same bans, except Blaziken is banned this time instead of the Gyarados, meaning IND Elites did get to pick that up. And they're taking away Ragnar's Pikachu as well, forcing him onto the Cramorant.
But with the fearless draft here, Ragnar cannot play Pikachu again in this set. So Flippet has to play 5 different Pokemons. You cannot repeat any Pokemon and any player again. And I'm just happy to see the Dragonite and Garchomp combo. It's an age-old comp where we just rip out the objective with so much DPS that we have. And Ragnar on that Cramorant, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be really good in the early game. It has really good secure with that Blissey Unite on that Garchomp Unite, it's gonna deal insane amounts of damage. So taking a Gyarados is really big because you need that Gyarados to pop up early and just take control of the game if IND wants to come back in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, you have two heavy rippers and big secure on Hyper Beam Dragonite as well. But Crustle coming in on IND Elites, they're going to be able to use their moves to slow down the rip from Flip It, so it makes it harder for them to flip it. So that's going to be interesting to see as well. And we'd have the double all rounder on both sides. So really heavy in the frontline diving. So that should be fun to see as well.
Oh, definitely. And with the Hoopa, I'm expecting some kind of invade here from IND Elite. I believe IND Elite is on the top right now, and they will be playing Gyarados. So if they're playing Hoopa, I'm still expecting some kind of invading into the jungle because you don't want to give Dragonite early levels once it gets it secure, once it gets the Dragon Dance Hyper Beam build. It's gonna deal a lot of damage. With 3 Dragon Dances stacked, Dragonite just goes insane. It can take down 2, 3, even 4 Pokemons at a time. We have seen that happen in this very tournament. And Garchomp is just gonna do Garchomp things. It's gonna deal a lot of DPS. Hooper just steals one of its farm and goes back home because it has no support right now. With the Blissey on the opposite end on the spectrum is gonna invade the Andy Elite's jungle. Kapu is going to
That's
have a hard
yeah.
time with that Chansey.
That's not a surprising thing to see. Kubfu has a really difficult early game, so getting the invade early is great. As you see in the bottom path, Umbreon now trying to chase down this Pikachu. They pop the Swift, but not enough damage. Luckily, the Kubfu was able to take out the Blissey in their own central area, so that's good for them. But the Blissey does waste a lot of time. Kubfu is behind. Already 9 minutes have passed on the clock, so they did their job with that invade.
Right, and look at the HP on Kapu. Even if he's going to engage, they'll need to save the berries for him, or he'll need to go back to base. He finally comes up top, but with that Dragonite already online, he's gonna do a lot of damage. Urshifu is here finally, and looking at that Hoopa, he's probably gonna save it for the team, but they'll have to fall back. Actually, that Gardevoir is doing a lot of damage with the shrub in his pocket right now at level 5. Ragnar comes in. Oh, it's not Ragnar. I'm so sorry. It's a Pikachu, but not Ragnar. Dealing a lot of damage from the backside with the Electro Web. Finally taking down that Dragonair. It's a big pick for IND Elites because that's going to give them a lot of levels. Pikachu taking down that Blissey. And that's a good counter push from IND Elites.
Really, really good defense there from IND Elites. There were 4 members of Flip It up there as we do see the Gabite go down to the Pikachu, just picking up KO after KO right now. I mean, we did see the 4 members of Flip It come into the top path looking to take down that tier 1 goal, but IND Elites was there and were able to hold off for enough time for that Pikachu to get there, and that was really the game changer.
Right, so that's the point with a mate that is doing so good in the game right now. It comes online early, it has a good set of attack, it deals good damage, and it has a big area of attack. Right now we're seeing the Cramorant in the jungle once again, still dealing, but Urshifu is able to take him down. With the bottom lane looking a little bit weaker with just a crystal, Flipper decided to push it back. Garchomp still there. It's a 4-man push once again, but Dog gets stuck here, and that Umbreon is gonna have a bad time. It's not Dog, it's Raikou. I'm just messing up the teams here, guys. So I'm so sorry, chat, if you're supporting one team or the other. But yeah, I'll get the hang of it.
We'll get the hang of it. We'll figure it out. We have 5 members right now of Flip It in this bottom path, as we're going to see which Reggie it is to spawn. It is Reg Ice, and as in the Flip It name, that Dragonite is going to start ripping it down. Crustle going down to the Cramorant, but not before they take down the Gabite, who's still level 7, but it looks like IND Elite's going to be able to take this with minimal ability to jump in from that Hoopa. They are going to try to defend a little bit on this tier 1 pad, but it's not going to be able to do so. Not until the Crustle comes down, at least. There's a Rock Tomb, but it's not enough to prevent the goal break. 126 to 96 now, and this Umbreon just going to have to back up.
Sure, was this trade viable? Because they have lost to top tier, which they had before. They lost to top objective. They did take down the bottom tier 1, but they were already having a very good positioning in the game. Did they really need to concentrate so much on the bottom lane that they can ignore the top lane? They now have a guard jump online, which is good, with the Unite, with the Blissey Unite online as well. Dragonite will probably get his Unite again pretty soon. He only uses a fraction of the percentage every time. So it's they're getting set up for a fight. But was it worth letting go of the top Regieleki when you are actually in a commanding position?
It has given that Gyarados as well the opportunity to reach level 10, which is absolutely huge. They were able to just kind of farm up in the top path by themselves. You do have 3 members up there now, about 4 for Flip It, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of engage. There seems to be a little bit of a scuffle in the central area, but both teams are going to have to back off and just try to farm up, make sure they can catch up to the 2 level 10s on IND Elites and prepare for the next big fight.
Right, and the Urshifu also got his stacks up with breaking the tier 1, and finally in the jungle, Urshifu dives in, and Dragonite with a good Dragon Dance escape there. And I have no clue why they let the Hoopa score that 5 points even. But Gyarados with the Unite, the engage is here, Hyper Beam goes on, but Gyarados is able to escape there. Hoopa is still giving a lot of fortress. Pikachu with a lot of damage from the back lane. It's going to be a 5-man push on the top lane. They want this top tier 1. They don't like it standing. Garchomp goes in, but with the Pikachu Unite, it's dealing a lot of damage to the entire team here. Look at the HP on that Cramorant. Everyone is on half HP, and it's finally gonna be a push on the tier 2, which is interesting. How long are you gonna keep pushing with the Unites being committed from both the ends? Dragonite finally escapes. And with the Hoopa Unite already used up, that means you don't have any rotation for the objective. That might have been the final call there. That the Dragonite and Garchomp will probably melt the objectives while they try to use up all the Unites.
I don't know about that push. I think that the top break was going to be enough, especially because Hoopa did have that Unite move and was able to stop that so suddenly right there. Here comes Garchomp jumping into the Crustle. Here they are very, very low. They do not have a Unite move, so if Crustle can catch them, then they can just kind of rip them down. But the Stealth Rocks are ripping that Garchomp down instead. They're going to have to try to build up their stacks on that Regieleki. They do end up taking down that Crustle, but making sure that they have enough to be able to get that Regieleki secure before the Urshifu could come. Garchomp will go down, but I believe they think that that was worth it enough to take that Regieleki off the map.
Right, they did not want to push coming to the tier 2. If they're somehow able to manage to take down the tier 2 IND elites, we have seen it time and again. They go to the center goal, they ignore all the objective and just dunk as much as possible. And if that goes to happen, then it will be a bad position for Flip It. Another fight breaks out here. Dragonite goes down to Pikachu, and you're just feeding levels to IND Elite at this point. Blissey is very low on HP, and if you keep feeding these levels, they're gonna come back in this game very soon. You do have the points advantage, but just giving out levels like this is not a very good option, I would say.
Well, Flip It seems like from what I've been watching, they're all about making sure that they're pushing their advantage. But sometimes it seems like they get a little bit caught up in that and they go a little too far. They do have a Garchomp who's just about to tick into level 13. So that's really good for them. They do tick into that just now with the 3 level 12s on the side of IND Elites as well, with Rayquaza spawning in 30 seconds. And again, this is a close game. We could go either way here.
All the games are. I'm expecting this to go to a game 3 because these teams have been playing so well the entire tournament. I don't want either of them to go down so soon because if Flip It is able to take this home, it's gonna be the end for Andy Elite. So it's basically just go big or go home for them. With 8 seconds left on the clock, every team is taking their position. Cramorant, it's still on the back. I believe he was expecting someone to come back and sneak in a goal. That doesn't happen. Hoopa Unite does happen, and it's IND Elite who's trying to burn down the Rayquaza right now. And Garchomp with the secure. It's amazing. Flip it, sticking to their names and taking down the Rayquaza once again in the final match of the lower bracket.
The Garchomp, the Pokemon with the least secure possible, who just depends on just ripping with basic attacks, and IND Elites is going to go ahead and give them the GG. They tried to turn it around on Flip It and go for the flip themselves, but Flip It remaining true to their name, making sure that they get that final secure and take home our game number 2, and we see a 2-0 victory from Flip It in a really close and fun series, 404 to 187.
It's always good to see your favorite Pokemon securing the Rayquaza, which is Garchomp for me. I've been playing
Exactly.
Garchomp all my life, and I just love to see Garchomp win. And as someone told me yesterday that every time I see Garchomp play in a game, the team loses. It's not the case here because Garchomp has been putting in a lot of work, and as anyone would say, 44,000 damage is quite a lot.
Yeah, Garchomp was able to make sure that they were just at every objective, ripping it down before anything could happen, before IND Elites could even react. And though that was a good attempt in the final fight, just popping that Hoopa Unite move, trying to catch Flip It off guard, you can't do that with Flip It. They know when the flip is coming. They know it better than anybody. That's their name, after all. So they're able to react and make sure they get that secure. Really good game there from both teams.
I believe even if Garchomp wouldn't have taken it, the Solar Beam, Hyper Beam was already coming from Dragonite. So either way, it was going to be Flipper who's going to secure it. I believe it was a take damage from Hyper Beam, which took its time, and Garchomp got its basic attack or something inside at
Yeah.
that point, securing it. But it's always good to see your name on the screen as we are on the screen right now. Talking about this, we finally have the two best teams of the tournament right now. Flip It just dropping one match, coming to the losers bracket, and finally making it through losers bracket, and it will be the final team in the losers one. But March 5, which were the ones who actually put them down in the losers bracket, is the only team remaining in the upper bracket as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see the salty runbacks from Flip It. They're gonna get their second chance to fight here in this final game of the day. It's gonna be an interesting one for sure. I'm excited to see. I mean, Flip It's coming off of now a 2-0 victory. They're probably feeling really solid. They're resetting all the picks. So again, in Fearless Draft, you can't pick the same Pokemon more than once in a set, but that doesn't mean you can't pick it in the next set. So they're able to reset all their picks, go back to what's comfortable for them, and really take this next match with a level head. I'm excited to see it.
Obviously, I'm excited to see it because Flip It versus Badmash 5 was the only game of the tournament so far, I believe. That was a 3-game set. No other game has gone that long and that close. So it's always going to be interesting. And I have been saying this time and again that these two teams are probably the favorite teams on the desk right here, on the board right here. Most anticipated match, once again, I believe, if I'm not wrong, please correct me, someone from production. It's Badmash 5 versus Flip It once again from the grand finals, right? And that is gonna be the final match of the day, of the week. It's the best match that we have seen, and it's coming back to you again just in a minute once the teams are ready.
Yeah.
And we're back again with the teams are absolutely ready. This is going to be the most intense match of the tournament, and I'll tell you why. But March 5 has not lost a single game, a single set, and Flip It, who has lost just one game, which was against Badmash 5. So this can be either a revenge story for Flip It to take it back from Badmash 5, or Badmash 5 being the best team in the tournament, being undefeated this entire run.
I mean, it's going to be an interesting story for either team if either of them win. So it's going to be cool to see the bit of a revenge match from Bad Match 5 and Flip It. And this will be a best of 3 series with a bracket reset if Flip It is able to take this one. So either way, we could be seeing a good amount of games here in our final set of the day. This should be fun. I'm excited.
Obviously, everyone is excited, I believe so. And I'll tell you something, Husky. Just keep an eye on a support player called Adi from B5. He can secure the Rayquaza with a Clippable, with a Hoopa, with an egg from the Blissey, with an
Mhm.
Eldegoss. Basically, you give him any support Pokemon and he'll get you Rayquaza.
I love that. I always say the most broken secure in the game is an Eldegoss basic attack, so I do love to see that for a support player who knows how to utilize it.
Definitely. And getting into the game, it's B5's first ban who bans out the Blaziken. And Flip It banning out the Charizard. Firetypes are not having a good day here. They're just getting banned.
Yeah, that poor Charizard. They're just making sure they take that every single time. Ceruledge and Slowbro to round out the bans. And you know, Ceruledge and Blaziken actually got nerfs in the most recent patch that came out last week, but watching these competitive games, you wouldn't think so at all.
Well, it's such a minor buff. It's like a 1% buff on Ceruledge. It doesn't really matter that much. The same with Blaziken also. It's not enough to take it out of the meta just yet. Nightmare taking the most nightmarish Pokemon available in the squad, which is Gyarados. And for the support, he takes the little Eldegoss, who's gonna do a lot of basic damage, Husky.
I like the Eldegoss pick here. Something I've been noticing, at least in North America, is Eldegoss seems to be picked when you don't want to have to deal with having a ranged backline. I'm not sure if it's the same thing in India, but that Eldegoss and the Hoopa on the other side as well being picked up by B5 just kind of gives the opportunity for some ranged damage to come in without having to pick up other ranged characters. So we could potentially see that. We see the Mimikyu and the Hoopa getting picked up on B5, potentially a Mamoswine Pikachu on Flip It.
Ragnar with that Pikachu has been devastating this entire tournament. I have no clue why they're letting him pick the Pikachu every time
Yeah.
in the first game. But he does enjoy the Pikachu as well, so he's getting that. He's having fun here. Magus did really good with Ninetales in the last game. I don't think he'll take Ninetales. He might just go for something that deals damage from the back, but it's the other Pokemon that got buffed and is easy to play. It's the Sylveon, Metagross being the another broken Pokemon on top lane to counter that Gyarados push. I think these teams are looking quite balanced, and if you take Garchomp, I'm gonna okay, a Leafeon, which is
Oh, the
good again.
Leafeon. Yeah, Leafeon. I actually do really like this here. Leafeon has a really good early game, so you want to balance out the early game with the Sylveon, Leafeon, and Umbreon, and then just hope your Mimikyu can carry into the late game. An interesting composition from Bad Mash. They're looking to take over the early game, while Flip It has more of a late game composition. So it could be interesting to see if how away Bad Mash can get from making sure this early game moves into their favor, while Flip It has to make sure that they catch up towards that mid to late game.
So right now, their complete objective is that get as many levels on Leafeon as possible. Sylveon being one of the most bulky attackers is gonna tank a lot of damage. Umbreon is already there to tank a lot of damage. Kid is probably gonna go a little bit off the team and take down that Pikachu for as many times as possible, because if you let that Pikachu deal damage from the back end, the main problem with B5 I see here is that you have mid range and close range. You don't have that long range that Pikachu can actually deal a lot of damage to you from the back lane.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like we've been saying all tournament, Ragnar getting the Pikachu is absolutely insane. They're just letting him have it, and they all think they can deal with that Pikachu, but it has been proven otherwise over and over again. As here we go, our game number 1 of this grand finals for today. Eldegoss taking this Magikarp up into the top path, and we'll have to see how they do against the top path Mimikyu as Hoopa looking for that early invade onto Flip Its Jungle.
And Hoopa has already invaded the jungle, and you need that. You don't want that Urshifu to come online as early in game as it does. So you're just gonna delay that. It's gonna go on the buff. But yeah, the Eligos comes in to save the day, and they might try to take on Hoopa, but it's Adi on that Hoopa who might be able to secure that, recognizing that there are 3 people in the jungle for Flip It right now. The lanes are a bit weak, Mimic is scoring their first stack, and Hoopa is just dealing a lot of damage. Not damage, but it's a lot of irritation in the minds of Flip It. With the stacks up, Leafeon is already online, Sylveon is online, Pikachu is having a hard time at the bottom lane because it's getting pushed down by 2 EVs there. Umbreon is already there with the foul play, and it's a mean look and snarl, so they're having a quite defensive set here for B5.
Hoopa just wasted so much time for a bad match, and it really allowed that early game to come online for them as early as possible. Look at this swine up getting very, very low. Gonna have to back up in this top path. Another interesting thing to point out is we do have a Wet Bear, an Urshifu with the Rapid Strike build. They're gonna be running that Surging Strikes, trying to make up for the lack of dive on their team in this early game. Gonna be interesting to see.
Definitely, it's gonna be interesting. And what's more to see is that Eldegoss just got level 4. So for the first birds, for the first set of Altarias and Blues, there was a Gossifleur which made them play on a little bit of back foot. Sylveon is already level 6. Leafeon is already level 6. The Palace Vine going down is gonna be a problem for Flipper because with no defender, Pikachu will have to run away with that Hyper Voice buff with so much range. You'll just have to fall back. He cannot just go to his side and avoid it anymore. Just 10 left on that bottom tier, and Umbreon is just teasing Pikachu at this point.
The mean looks are going to be so devastating for something like Pikachu, especially with that Volt Tackle. But here comes Urshifu jumping in with those Surging Strikes and the uppies from Ice Fang, taking out the Leafeon early. Flip It is going to try to bring this back, make sure they flip it back in their favor. The defensive is on in the bottom path, but it's not going to be enough. Hoopa is going to try to bring up members of Bad Match to save them from this early goal break. You want to make sure that you break those goals early if you can, especially with something like a Hoopa. Pillow now trying to run away for members of Flip It, jumping onto these 720 birds, and here comes Urshifu, but Leafeon's just gonna have to back up.
Right, and somehow Urshifu has gotten more levels than anyone on Badmash 5's team this entire game. It's already level 9. It has its Unite with a few of those skills, and Mimikyu is coming up top. They're expecting a Gyarados push, but Gyarados is already back in Flip It's jungle, which is a big thing because if you're not there to defend the goal, they're gonna just take the bottom objective is being taken by Flip It, while the top objective B5 has already committed to it. With the Hoopa Highway, they're gonna come back in the bottom. They might not be able to save the goal because it's not an overdunk. It's an exact 80 dunk on the bottom tier with the fight going on.
Emerald two-step. Emerald two-step there came out from Leafeon, and they did their best to try to take members down. Urshifu did go down in their favor, but Bad Mash just making sure that they're staying alive here. But here comes the Gyarados diving in off that Sylveon. They go down as well. I think Flip It got what they needed out of that push, making sure they're breaking that Hoopa goal early to prevent the Hyperspace Highway from having as much range as it usually does. Gyarados using that Unstoppable in the bounce to jump out of the range of Hoopa right there. We do have a little bit of a skirmish between that Pillow and the Leafeon. The Pillow does end up going down, so again, we're just seeing KOs get traded back and forth in this early game.
Yes, and as you pointed it out, making sure the bottom tier goes down as early as possible is essential to make sure Hoopa does not take over the game. With Hoopa nerfed a little bit on the bottom lane, it's good. But with the Unite from Umbreon, it's a fight breaking out here. Pikachu unites as well, but they will not be able to take down this top tier. A lot of damage coming in from Sylveon, but it will not be able to survive. Pikachu again from the back lane, taking 2 knockouts for the team Flip It, and they might be able to break this out as well with just 9 over dunk at 169. Flip It finally in the lead with the levels and the scores.
Usually, you'd want to prioritize a bigger overcap on those goal zones, but with a Hoopa, that strategy just changes entirely. If you can even break it with 1 over and prevent the Hoopa from having as much mobility and map control as it usually does, then that's going to be beneficial. It is a 10-point game right now, but in terms of goal zones, Flip It is in the lead as the bottom Reggie is looking to spawn soon in this bottom path. And the top as well, they might just go ahead and trade objectives once again. You see Umbreon, the only one in that bottom path right now. It looks like Flip It is going to take that Regieleki for free.
So this is what I've been noticing the entire game. There has been no resistance from either team on either of the objective. Leafeon just having a bad day out there.
That poor
Yes,
Leafeon.
United. Well, he was there to take some info, but the info was good enough for Flip It as well. Pikachu United on the Leafeon. They're gonna burn this Eleki down pretty quickly. With Leafeon back online, Mamason is on the bottom lane, just farming up the birds here. He already has the Unite. He should give it to some of the attackers. He has an XP share. Pikachu comes in to finally take the birds. And I believe right now what Badmash 5 needs to do is play a little bit on the back foot. You do not have to take these fights. With the Unite already popped up, Gyarados is coming in from underground. It's a fight once again. These fights are not stopping at all. Sylveon taking out an Eldegoss, but Gyarados is finally taking out that Leafeon. That Leafeon is not getting the levels it needs to pop up in this game. Urshifu finally taking out the remaining 2 players of Badmash 5. You need to play a little bit on the back foot if you need this game to come back into your favor.
We saw a really, really good play there from the Eldegoss and the Gyarados. The Eldegoss using the Cotton Cloud Crash to make sure that they push members of Bad Bash into the Gyarados Unite move, as we do see Leafeon get dusted again. Ragnar just saving their Thunderstorm for Leafeon. And anytime they see that little Leaf Fox, they just immediately pop that Unite move and make sure they can't do anything. As it looks like Flip It just going to be able to get this bottom Regice for free. It is a decent buff. They will get some HP buffs in this last fight, but only for 10 seconds, as they only last 1 minute. Hoopa looking for another score here, but they get jumped on by Gyarados. They're going to have to make it to that hyperspace hole before Gyarados can get there, and luckily, they do.
Well, right now it's looking bad for Badmash 5 because if you look at the levels, all the attackers on Flip It is already level 13. You need those levels. You also need to farm those Unite moves because it's only 25 seconds left. I believe everyone will probably get the Unite. But it's interesting to see that there's no resistance whatsoever from the opposing team while taking the final Regieleki on the game.
Yeah, they wanted to push that bottom tier 2 instead, but Flip It sussed it out really quickly, and they were able to prevent any massive scores from going in. So Regieleki does go in on the top path, but Flip It is already caught in this choke right now. Sylveon poking with some hyper voice, but both teams are a little bit resistant to engage. Leafeon immediately does, though, with the Emerald 2-step, taking out Urshifu as soon as possible. Here comes Gyarados. They pop the Unite, move onto the hyperspace hole. They try to make sure that no team member gets to go back. Umbreon does able to get that reset through that hyperspace hole. Leafeon now going down the Hoopa Unbound is out. Sylveon getting very, very low. They get taken out by the Pikachu, a double KO for them. 2 members down now of Bad Mash 5, and it looks like Flip It is going to turn on this Rayquaza.
Yep, Flip It sticking to his name, flipping the Rayquaza right now, and it's gonna be interesting because Adi is still there. He has been securing Rayquaza for his team the entire tournament, and with just a sliver of energy left, it's gonna go to Pikachu. The electric combination is just too good for anyone to secure in between, and I guess this game is almost done and dusted. There's a lot of scores, but 3-player down on Badmash 5, making the comeback a little bit difficult because there's gonna be a 500 dunk from the side of Flip It.
Yeah, there they go. Another 100 dunk from Pikachu, and Flip It is going to converge onto this basement goal. Another 74, another 100, 563 to 93. This game is all but over unless Bad Mash 5 can make a miracle push. The Gyarados looking for that Leafeon who's very low right now. They're just going to chase them back, make sure they can't get any substantial scores. A really good game from Flip It there, making sure that they took out important members of Bad Mash 5 before going ahead and engaging on that Rayquaza. It was pretty close there. In the end, the Mimikyu kind of got onto it a little bit, but in the end, Flip It was able to make that secure.
Here's the problem with Fearless Draft right now. But March 5 cannot play Hoopa again. They cannot play Sylveon again. They cannot play Umbreon again. They cannot play Leafeon again. They cannot play Mimikyu again. So you have played such strong cards in game 1. Even though it was close, I will not say the game was over until the Rayquaza was down. So even though it was such a close game, the game is already done and dusted. So why it doesn't matter. It's just a skirmish that's going on right now. But now that you have used all these great Pokemons in a single match, how are you gonna take control of the early games in the next match? You have already used your Leafeon and Sylveon cards. So
Yeah.
the only option you have left for early game control from the bottom lane or something that evolves that early is one Pikachu if they don't ban it because it's looking devastating right now. Any team who
Yeah.
has Pikachu is just ripping off the entire team. It's amazing. And the other
Yeah.
option that you might have is something like, I believe, Espeon, but would you really want to play Espeon?
Espeon hasn't been used often. I think it's very good. We could see it come out, but I think Bad Mash would either go for the Pikachu or you mentioned before the Alolan Ninetales could be a really
Mhm.
solid pick as well for that early game. You mentioned that they play a good one on Bad Mash 5, so we could see that come out, but I
Mhm.
imagine since Flip It can't use that Pikachu anymore in our next game, that Bad Mash 5 will just go ahead and take that and try to do the exact same thing that Ragnar did in this game number 1 with 82,000 damage. Huge damage numbers for them.
Right. And Flipid's strategy is gonna be pretty simple. They're gonna just ban Gyarados, so Badmash 5 never gets a chance to play that Gyarados. But then again, it opens a certain Pokemon here, which is gonna be Blaziken. Talking about
Mm-hmm.
damage numbers, it's amazing to see that Megas is saying 69,000 damage here on his Sylveon. But the rest of the team kind of falling a little bit on your top laner. You don't want to see damage as low as 30,000. He did play well, but I believe he never got the chance to go and dive on that Pikachu, take it down, because 82,000 coming from the Pikachu, which has not been absorbed by any defenders, it's gonna be a problem.
Playing into a Mamoswine as well with so much CC, even in the early game, is just so difficult for something like a Mimikyu that relies heavily on that dive. So if you accidentally hit the Mamoswine, you just get frozen, you can't complete your combination, and you're done. So really, really good playing from the front line of Flip It as well. I wonder what they will go with in the next game now that they can't play Mamoswine. I guess we could see a Trevenant. I assume Slowbro will continue to be banned, but we could see a Slowbro. They could take that Umbreon as well. So a lot of interesting defender picks that Flip It could go with in the next game.
Always believe banning a defender or supporter is always in your favor, because if you let something like a Slowbro lose, you cannot just make the end play as a flipping team that you do. Let's say you play something like a Garchomp or a Dragonite in the final fight. Slowbro can just
Mm-hmm.
unite you and just take you out of the game in the early stages. You
Mm-hmm.
lose your secure potential, or you lose your melting potential. So it's always good to ban something like a Slowbro if you have a certain play style that you want to
Yep.
execute. But then again, if you're going to plan Gyarados, if you don't want Badmash Fire to play Gyarados this game, you'll have to let go of one of your bans. So we'll have to see how it goes. But Badmash Fire does have to do something. This is their do or die match. I don't think so. This is not their do or die match. They have only lost. They if even if they lose this game, it's just a bracket reset.
Yeah,
They
they
could
still get another
actually
set.
use this entire set to scout out what Flippert is doing. Charizard gets
Yeah,
banned.
yeah, that's definitely a strategy. So a question: if it goes to a bracket reset,
Mhm.
does the do they have the ability to reuse picks again, or does it
Yes, because it's a
continue?
different game. It's a
Okay.
different game.
Okay, so that could be the strategy from Bad Mash. Lose the first set, make sure that you get the idea, the strategy from Flip It.
Right.
Could be what they're trying to do. It's an interesting strategy for sure. We do have the ban of Umbreon coming out from Bad Mash, which gives the opportunity for Cerulette should be picked up, which Nightmare is going to grab instantly. that thing is still crazy.
Right, and as I said, flip it, batting on the Gyarados, which means you have the option for Slowbro Blissey combination, which, in my opinion, is one of the best combination for defender and supporters. But they decide to go Blissey and Trevenant. Trevenant, again, one of the better defenders, in my opinion, with so much
Hmm.
HP, with a built-in focus ban, and you give him another one. So it just survives for so long. It's a really annoying Pokemon, and with so much CC and healing it can actually take down 2 or 3 Pokemons alone in the bottom lane if it just left there sitting there. And Ragnar just
Yeah,
going with other pick of the Sylveon. So that's the
they're
problem.
gonna grab
Now
that. Yeah.
Magus has to play something like an Alolan Ninetales, which
Hmm.
is so weak to something like Ceruledge.
Yeah, they take away the Cerule Edge from Bad Mash, and it looks like they are gonna
Mhm.
settle on the Alolan Ninetales, and they go with the Garchomp, so another heavy ripping frontline damage dealer. And with Sylveon and the Hyper Voice, if you can get close enough to Sylveon in the Hyper Voice, it's not gonna do as much damage because you have to be far away from the Sylveon for the Hyper Voice to do its maximum damage. So with Garchomp being able to isolate a Sylveon, that could be good, but they go with the counter right back with the Buzzwole, which can just shove the Garchomp out of the way.
Kid on that Garchomp just brings back old times for me. So we were on opposite teams when I was also playing, and Kid will always play his Lucario. I would always play Garchomp, and it was a time when it was the 1-1-3 meta. So it was always us
Oh
on the
yeah.
team alone, just fighting it out. And with the Dragonite, but Marsh 5 have actually flipped it. And what looks like to me is a complete meltdown call.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to go with a death ball comp. Just jump in and do damage before anyone can even react and then win the game. I feel like that's the comp that you're going to end up going with. And we were talking about how Slowbro is so powerful, but neither team ends up grabbing it here. Potentially, they want to try to save it for a game 3 or a potential game 3 or something like that. But it's interesting that Slowbro doesn't end up getting picked. We see the priority of the Trevenant and the Crustle instead.
I would say on the side of Flipper, Slowbro would have been amazing right now. It could have just completely shut down something like Garchomp Unite, which
Mm-hmm.
deals so much damage. It's gonna be a really good big problem for Shay, who's playing on steroids right now. Because if the Garchomp hits like 3 hits on him on the Unite, it's gonna go down. Buzzole is an interesting pick. I always say Buzzole is a counter pick, and it's a good counter to Gibble in the early game because it
Mm-hmm.
can deal so much damage. Gibble is a little bit weak, and it's the problem with all the pseudo legendaries. Dragonair Dratini is quite weak in the beginning. Gibble is quite weak in the beginning. So if you want to take this game away, you need to make sure that these Pokemon does not get enough levels to pop off.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what the plan is of Flip It. They're just trying to use that Buzzwole with that early game pressure to make sure that the Gibble stays Gibble for as long as possible. Trevenant is getting a score in the top path as well as Blissey, and already a level 4 for the Sylveon as they get a score in. They try to take away that Bunnelby, but they're unable to. Crustle is going to have to back up now with the pressure from the Alolan Ninetales auto attacks. Both of them are going to go for this Indeedee right now. Here comes the Hyper Voice on top of it, but they are not able to secure it. It is the Crustle taking that one.
Yeah, but they have their insured Bunnelbees on the back. They'll get to level 4. That's not a problem. But having a level 5 Sylveon in the bottom lane this early is going to be a problem. And if but March 5 needs to take this game away, they need to make sure on the top lane at least they win the lane for their team, which looks like the skirmish is getting out right now. Hyper Voice is too strong to counter with the Hyper Voice. There's no potential for you to push up to that team. The fight is still going on. No chaos that we're seeing right now. Buzzole is quite low on HP. But it seems like Crystal is just using its Rock Tomb, just annoying the people. And both the teams are playing really safe. I see the HP go down and come back up again. So let's finally pushing on the Blissey on the top lane. They have finally pushed. Dragonair is coming to help it out. It's still a give, not a guard, a Gabite, which is a big problem for them.
Yeah, the Gibble's still stuck at a Gibble, but they are holding their own in the top path. We are going to see it now. Here comes the Sylveon. They rotate to the top path with that Hyper Voice. Clefable using the Moonlight to heal up the Ceruledge. No KOs yet, as you said, but Alolan Ninetales in the bottom path has ticked into level 6, so they have their full combination now. And every single bird in the middle goes to Flip It, which is going to be really beneficial for them. 3 level 6s on their side, and only 2 for Badmash 5 right now. Blissey caught out a little bit. The Clefable is going to try to use that Disarming Voice, one of their early moves to catch that Blissey, but they're just going to get their vision in the central area and make their way back up to the top path.
I understand this, but Marshmallow still had the option to pick Pikachu instead of Ninetales, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They could have.
And they
Guess
yet
they
went
like
with
it.
Ninetales. It seems
guess
like
they
there's
like
something
it.
to do. Yeah, it's the comfort level. But however, the fight is breaking out. Finally, Buzzle goes down. Garchomp taking its revenge, and the Wigglytuff, the Clefable here is just using Follow Me. I have no clue why. It just survived and scored a little there. I'm pretty sure it's stacking up here to make sure its heals do a lot more. Dragonite and Garchomp are gonna be easily burning down the Regieleki, but Registeel is gonna go in favor of Flippet. With the attack buff, they're gonna go defend that Regieleki, and I'm pretty sure a fight is gonna break out here.
Yeah, they're just going to make sure that they're just going to trade objectives. Each gets 1, and Badmash 5 is going to try to push this into this top path goal. Here comes Ceruledge. They don't quite have their level 9, so they're not able to use the Revenant Wren just yet. Here goes the fight. Is breaking out. There's a lot of burst damage, but the Revenant Wren is out, and they jump in on that Dragonite who has to use their own Unite move, Draco Meteor, to get out of that, but the Ceruledge chasing them down, unable to get any KOs, but the damage is prevented because Regieleki does not go in. Buzzwole is just going to be able to chip that down on their own.
But and I'm really enjoying this passive gameplay from both the teams. They're both playing so safe, trying to make sure that no one goes down. Level 8 on Clefable, that means it has its Unite. Sylveon has its Unite. Uh, Finally, Ninetales got its Unite, but I don't think there's anything to fight over the Gabite. I have no clue what it's doing. It's just being a little annoying brat right there in their jungle. But with Buzzole and Ceruledge on his tail, it's not gonna pick up a KO. It finally goes down, but it did take up a lot of their time.
Yeah, that's the problem with trying to get vision on something that can be caught out so easily. They were just looking for some vision in the enemy jungle. They didn't think that anybody was in there, but ended up being 2 members to catch them out. They were never going to be able to get out of that one. So they just got ahead and pad their damage numbers a little bit, get some extra numbers for the end game. And they do end up going down. They're not yet level 9, so they're going to have to make sure they farm as much of the little bit of experience that remains on the map. And again, we're going to have both objectives, top and bottom path, spawning at the same time. So we could see another trade here, or we could see a fight at one of the objectives. It looks like both teams are positioning opposite objectives, so we could see another trade.
The sad thing is that it's almost halfway down, and that Garchomp is still a Gabite. And for Flip It, they saw. For Silagabai, they just went in to this tier 2, dunked as many goals as possible, and finally it's a fight breaking out. Buzzle taking 2 people down, and that's gonna be a problem for Goodbye going down to the Crustle. And Dragonite finally taking down that Regieleki, but that's not gonna matter because you have already lost 4 players. Trading for their team is Ninetales. Magus on that Ninetales finally taking that Buzzle down, getting some levels for his team. Finally, with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, we see a Garchomp in the screen with Registeel spawning again. It's gonna be interesting because if they're able to take this, they have their Unites, they can actually push tier 1 here for with March 5, and finally it's a secure from Dragonite, which was expected somehow. But yeah, this is going to be a push. They have their Unites. If they don't push right now, they won't get another chance.
A good block from the Clefable to try to push everybody out on Badmash, but they were still able to secure it, and now they're going to push onto this tier 1. Garchomp Unite move, Livid Outrage is out. 50 is going to go in for that Alolan Ninetales. Some math potentially happening, but the Blissey unable to score that 27 before the Dragonite did, but still puts the Badmash in the lead. 198 to 186, not a big lead, but it is a lead. So they're just going to have to move into this top path now, looking to get anything done. Just there's a lot of yellow dots on the map right now, a lot of experience for both teams to farm up. High levels on both sides. It could be an interesting push here into this top path. We do have a Revenant Wren coming out. They may as well use it. 316 right now And Flip is just going to try to flip the top tier 1 in their favor as well. Here comes a Snow Globe Unite move, a little bit of a late one. Clefable going down. The defense is going to be in favor of Batmash.
Right, this was, I think it was quite unnecessary for Flip It to push it down because they were already catching up on levels. They were not that behind on scores. So it was, they got the kill on Garchomp, but they ended up giving 2 kills to Badmash 5, giving them the levels. But what can I say? The fight is not breaking off. Now they're pushing them back in their jungle. Sylveon is there. If Dragonite goes down, they're gonna get a lot of levels, so they need to come back. But Dragonite again, proving me wrong, getting 2 KOs for their team, getting to level 13. That Garchomp, if it able to get to level 13, it's gonna be a problem for Flippet. But if they stop fighting, they can see there's a lot of farm on the map right now. Garchomp will burn down that Regieleki and push it back. It's just 18 seconds left.
Both
for the
tanks
final
go
Rayquaza.
down. Yeah, both tanks end up going down in that fight. It's as long as you're not losing your carries in that fight, I think it's fine. But otherwise, fighting that late before Rayquaza is a little bit of a risky play. But we do have Rayquaza now on the map. Regieleki has gone in the top path. Badmash could peel off and make a score, but it looks like they're just going to peel onto this Rayquaza instead. Here goes the Buzzwole looking for the Garchomp. They push them away. Clefable is down. Only one member goes down in this fight so far. The Phantom Forest is out, and the Rubble Rouser. All the Unite moves are now popping in the center. Members of Flip It now falling like flies. 4 members down now. Sylveon, the only member to remain, and they're going to turn onto this Rayquaza. It's getting about half HP. Sylveon does still have a Unite move. They're looking to save it for potential secure. They pop the Hyper Voice. They take down the Trevenant. Now Alolan Ninetales getting very low. 2 KOs for the Sylveon. Flip It could try to flip it in their favor, but it is the Garchomp to get that final secure. But now 3 members of Badmash are down, and not many shields are on their side. So we could still see this go either way. Clefable now chasing down the Blissey, making sure that they can't score, and their shield is done. No scores end up going in for Badmash, and they're hanging on to a very slim lead.
But it's a lead, and that's all that matters for Badmash 5 right now. But
Ooh.
with that 8-4, finally something getting in the Flip It side. Flip It not able to flip it in the end, but if they're able to maintain this lead of 17 points, which I don't think Badmash 5 knows right now how much they're lacking on, because all of them have a lot of scores with them. It's only Dragonite with 12. They only need that 12 to go in, and that could be the game. Because if you try to score to 50, someone is gonna come and stop you.
Nobody knows what the score is on either side. The Dragonite looking for their 12 points. They get it in 242 to 235. Flip It has to score with only 15 seconds left. They don't realize that they're losing right now, and it is Badmash to take the lead with that small score from the Dragonite. Buzzwole looking for a 6 before the game ends. Only 4 seconds left. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. They're not going to be able to get it in time. Badmash is going to take our game number 2.
That 6 could have been really crucial at the end, but Blissey just sitting in the grass at the end. With that 6, they could have actually won.
Yeah,
that 6 was all
they
they
could have
needed.
won. If Buzzwole got that in the end, they would have taken it.
But
1-1.
again.
That was wow. That was the closest game that we ended up seeing all day. Neither team had any idea who was in the lead. They just wanted to try to dunk small points. That full heal is what came in handy for that Dragonite. They had the full heal. They popped it to make sure they weren't getting stunned out of the score, and that's what won them that game right there.
So, as I was saying, these two teams have been clutching it time and again. 1-1. I told it there's gonna be a game 3 here. But March 5 have got the momentum right now. Garchomp 61,000 damage. Amazing gameplay by Kid once again. I'm really proud of your Kid. And Megas here with 58,000. Genius 69,000. Shrey did quite well for his team, 57,000, but it took a little time for his Unite to pop up in the first fight that broke out, and he was not able to take a KO. Nightmare did a really amazing job in the early game, 76,000 damage, made sure that Kit does not come online for as long as possible, which happened, but once it does come online, in the final fight we saw, with 1 limit outrage, everyone on the side of Flip It was low, and that was their winning point right there.
Yeah, every Unite move was popped at once, but luckily the tankier team kind of took control in that fight for Badmash to be able to secure. The Sylveon, though, Ragnar, was able to keep the game close. If Bad Mash was able to keep that Sylveon out of the pit, then they would have easily won that game, much more easily than they did in those last few seconds with that extra score from the Dragonite. But Sylveon was able to make it closer than it should have been with a couple KOs of their own. And wow, seeing another Garchomp win. How do you feel about that?
I'm just proud that India loves Garchomp.
Yeah.
Anyways, on the other side, the main part is that about the Fearless Draft, now both the teams have 10 Pokemons banned for each of them, with 4 Pokemons being banned by them. Which means right now there are 14 Pokemons that they cannot play in this game. The
Yep.
good part about this for Badmash 5 is that they haven't used their Pikachu yet. Neither
Yeah.
have they used their Gyarados. If it
That's
doesn't get
true.
banned, neither have they used their Slowbro.
Yeah, they do have the Slowbro option open still. Pikachu, like you said, there's a lot of good options for Bad Mash to go with. They're going to ban out the Blaziken, and we do see the Gyarados ban from Flip It, so they're not going to let Bad Mash have it. They're going to take the Clefable, first pick.
Yep, Slowbro is still open, and I believe Flippet will be able to secure Slowbro right now.
I wouldn't
That's a
be
good
surprised
pick,
if they
yeah.
go ahead and go with this Slowbro. It's a really, really good pick. They don't want them to have Umbreon, so Bad Mash would rather go up against the Slowbro, and that probably will be what they choose. It's going to be up to Ragnar now to choose which attacker or backline mage Pokemon they're going to want to select, and they're actually going to go ahead and switch over to the Hoopa. I like the Hoopa pick. Hoopa Slowbro, really solid core, but it gives Bad Mash the opportunity to go with a really tanky, CC heavy frontline of Mamoswine, and as you said, they hadn't used the Pikachu yet, and this is going to be their opportunity to do so.
Yes, and I believe it's a really good setup for the third game by Badmash 5 because now they have one of the most bulkiest defenders out there, which is Mamoswine. It has its own stun. They have Pikachu for the backlane damage, which has its own stun. And we have already seen teams playing against Hoopa. All you need to do is take down the tier 1 as soon as possible. Inteleon is the pick from Flip It.
Interesting.
Yes, it's quite interesting because it's a very good early game secure, it's very good late game secure. But if they take a good diver, something like an Urshifu, it's gonna have a hard time
Yeah.
on the field.
I'm excited to see Inteleon and Lucario coming out for Flip It. I haven't seen that yet today. I'm surprised they didn't go ahead with the Cramorant pick. That could have been pretty good here as well, but I think they wanted some heavier backline with the stun of something like Mamoswine, but on the return, Bad Mash is going to go with 2 tanky frontline damage dealers to round out their composition. Serena Urshifu, really solid picks, and Mimikyu to round out Flip It's comp, and honestly, I don't know about that Mimikyu pick into something like a Mamoswine Pikachu. It seems like a dangerous call.
So right now in game 3, I believe it has come down to what you're most comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
if you see there's 14 Pokemons that you cannot play. So if you're gonna give everyone the chance to pick a meta, there's someone who's gonna miss out on something that's in the meta but not in their Pokemon pool.
Mm-hmm.
And I
That's very
believe
true.
that's the problem that Flippit is facing right now. Yes, Lucario is good, but was there another option that you can play? I did not see Metagross in this game.
That's true. Metagross could have been a good pick, but Lucario's still a Pokemon that I feel like a lot of players who've been playing this game for a long time have gotten really good on. So again, like you said, these comfort picks could be the way to go here, and it is a gold ribbon on the Lucario. So I think that about proves it. The best thing you can do is go with your comfort picks in this potentially final game. And now Flip It wins this, we will reset the bracket and we will go to another best of 3 series, so that they're going to do everything they can to make sure Bad Mash doesn't take this one away from them.
Right, it's go big or go home for Flippet with their gold badges on the Lucario and the Inteleon. So if they want to win this, they need to make sure the early game does not go to that Urshifu. There's already a guard with Adi being in the jungle. They know an invade is coming, and it's both the Hoopa and the Slowbro. They want to make sure this Urshifu stays in the jungle and does not come into the lane, because if it does and it's already attacking the Hoopa, That's interesting. They need another one. And look at the bottom lane. Pikachu is already on the push. The Sobble is having a lot of problems with that Pikachu. It had so much damage in early game. And Urshifu was finally able to get into level 4. They might be able to leave some farm at the top or the bottom lane for the Urshifu take. But Slowbro, who went for the invade, came down, took the backside Bundle B for Badmash 5. And Sobble is still on level 4, so it's having a good time out there. With Slowbro and Hoopa both at level 3, they don't have that much support or HP to support the Sobble right now. And Pikachu just doing what Pikachu does best, stay back and do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, wow, they're getting very low right there, but they do end up getting out. No KOs just yet. Slowbro looking for some secures. They do end up getting at least one of those, or Inteleon actually was able to secure enough for Slowbro to get that level 4, so they do have access to their Surf now. They will be able to make some things happen there. They go right in onto that Bunnelby, or that Indeedee, excuse me, and the Inteleon now able to evolve up into their second evolution as everyone now getting very low on both sides in this path. The stun is on that little tiny Swinub, but they do stun the Inteleon right back, and they do go down to the Pikachu. Now that Urshifu is there with the Surging Strikes, Badmash is going to be able to make a good push onto this Tier 1 goal early.
Right, that Sobble was supposed to go down really early, but the evolution, the animation from the evolution saved it from the Electro Ball. Anyways, the fight is again breaking out. Mimikyu finally coming in clutch for Flip It, taking 2 KOs, pushing back Badmash 5 back into their zone. And look at that Mimikyu chasing the real Pikachu. Mimikyu is not the real Pikachu. If you don't know, you should know, Lobo. Anyways, Pikachu finally was able to be saved, and it did not go down to Mimikyu, which is quite interesting. Look at the top lane. Look at that Lucario. That Lucario is already level 7. So if it's gonna play extreme speed, this is time to pop. Serena with the KO on the Hoopa is big because you do not have the rotations anymore. So everyone have to go there manually. By the time Hoopa comes, the birds are over, and look at that Serena. It's going all on it with the Urshifu's backup. It's gonna be a hard time for Flip to secure his top lane. Look at it, tried his best but could not stand the force that was Serena and Urshifu.
Again, Badmash just showing why they deserve to be in this grand finals from the winner's side. Urshifu getting a couple more stacks, and Badmash is going to turn onto this Regieleki to try to get that before Flippit can get there. And it looks like they are just going to go ahead and try to trade objectives here, but Pikachu is there. They could go for potential secure. They use the eject button, or the Electro Ball. It's a little too early, and Teleon with the Snipe Shot able to secure that one. The Volt Tackle does come out, but it's not enough damage to KO any member of Flippit. They're going to be able to get this bottom goal for free.
Right, and as they're getting this spot in tier 1, look at Badmash 5's other player. They're already on tier 2, and they already have the lead to 228 to 109, and there's a little bit of quarrel going on at the bottom lane. Mammoth's fine, Pylo's fine right now, is having a hard time. Cliffhanger finally goes down to Lucario, and Palisade is able to hold on to the goal. They are still not losing a tier. They have conceded 115 scores, but they haven't lost a tier yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. 230 to 115. Badmash in the lead right now. Urshifu now getting chased down a little bit. The Mimikyu does jump on with the Shadow Sneak, and they're not quite able to take down the Urshifu, but they end up taking them down anyway. 4 members of Flip It are moving in onto this tier 1 pad. Serena, the only one to potentially able to defend it, but it looks like Flip It may just take this tier 1 pad. Badmash is just gonna say, oh, never mind, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later. They're still in a pretty substantial lead, almost 100-point difference in this mid game.
Right, and I believe they needed that tier to go down because look at the level of Mammoth Spine. It's almost half the game is already done, and it's still not a Mammoth Spine. It's still a Pilot Spine. So they need the backline farm that comes out once you break the tier 1. And with that, I believe once Mammoth Spines Unite is online, they can actually take a good fight here at the bottom tier, bottom objective, and just push the bottom. But they just don't pay. They're just pushing the top tier. It's not necessary to push the second tier without unites. Even if you're in the lead, you don't need to do that. Inteleon just sitting in the grass and firing off its sniper shots like it should. And with Lucario so low on the HP, it's not a good time to take a fight. But with Hoopa on your side, you can always go back home and come back. It's gonna be a fight on the top lane for the Regieleki. That's the more important objective right now. Hoopa unites, Inteleon secures, and it's looking like a game from the last patch.
Here comes the Slowbro Slow Beam jumping in onto that Pikachu. The Clefable is also down. Mimikyu doing that for them. And we're going to go ahead and take that Tier 1 goal zone. But still, Bad Mash is in the lead due to huge overcaps on that Tier 1 goal and the push into the Tier 2 goal earlier. And now, Flip It's going to try to flip it onto the bottom path. They're going to go for that second Tier 2 goal. But Slowbro caught out now by the Pikachu and the Mamoswine. The Surf's going to have to come out to make sure that they heal up enough to not get taken down, and that's the benefit of Slowbro. That Oblivious passive just makes it so that they don't go down easily, and they're showing why they should be picked in this potential final game of the Grand Finals. And Inteleon looking for those little sneaky snipes. Ice Fang doesn't quite hit. The flip is going to be onto this bottom path of Reggie Ice, and the Mamoswine Mammoth Mash also does come out, but here comes Lucario or a cannon, but it is Pikachu to get that final secure.
Right, and with the Unite from Serena as well, Lucario goes down. It's going to be a tough time for Flip It as 3 of their members have been sent back home. They're going to dunk a big 50 with a 48 overcap on that bottom tier, securing the lead for themselves. This was they already were in the lead. This is again a 100-point lead for Badmash 5, going 3 minutes left in the game. Inteleon, not knowing that Mamoswine was there, just jumped in the bush, and right now they're just waiting in their jungle, waiting for another KO. Urshifu is doing the right thing, is farming on. Pikachu unites, and it's a KO from the Mamoswine onto that Inteleon. Pikachu is still alive, but it's gonna go down to the Mimikyu. Mimikyu finally winning that fight. It all wanted all its life, and Mamoswine going down to the Hoopa.
Bad Mash just immediately throwing away their lead by taking a fight in the enemy jungle. It was a little bit too aggressive for them. Pikachu did use their Unite, but it was immediately taken out by the Mimikyu Unite, which may actually be good for Bad Mash since there is 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Pikachu may not have that Play With Me Unite move immediately into the Rayquaza, which gives Bad Mash the opportunity for a potential flip, and Pikachu gets the Unite move back very fast, so they should be able to get it. Both teams now positioning in this pit.
Right, and look at the levels here. Urshifu is already level 12, level 14, which is huge right now. Mimikyu has got its level 14. Inteleon is the only one who has not hit the 13 level cap for its team, where it gets the upgraded moveset. So with all the unites on all the players, Mimikyu is the only one that does not have an unite. So I believe this information hasn't passed down to Badmash 5. They know that one of the players does not have the Unite. He's gonna go for a sneak and cap to get that Unite as fast as possible and try to secure that lead again. 78 score, and he will get his Unite, but by the time he comes to the center, the fight has already broken out. Hoopa does not get to Unite. Inteleon does not get to Unite, but Badmash 5 has done it again, coming back from the bottom, and again they have knocked on 4 people on the side of Flip It. It's gonna be Badmash 5 for the final game. This game is done and dusted. Urshifu for the secure. Flip It was not able to flip it this turn.
The Mimikyu went for the back cap for their Unite move, and they were able to get the Unite move back, but it allowed Bad Mash to just jump in and start picking members off. Hoopa never even got to use their Unite move, which could have been the game changer for Flip It. You know, with the Hoopa Unite move, you can make sure that you bring in those members of the team who are back capping, but targeting the Hoopa was huge, and I don't think Flip It is going to be able to come back here. The points continue to rain in. Pikachu picking up another double KO. Clefable even picking up a KO on the Slowbro, and Bad Mash is going to take this grand finals of Phase 2 of the AEOS League India.
I believe at this point, Badmash 5 is just bullying them around at their home base, because everyone knows at this point he cannot come back. Congratulations to Adi and the team of Badmash 5 for winning it completely undefeated the entire run. It has been amazing to watch you and watch you come back time and again from a losing game.
They gave up that game number 1. Flip It thought that they were prepared to handle the team that is Bad Mash 5, but as we got further into the Fearless Draft, and it gave Bad Mash 5 the opportunity to pull out picks from the gutter, and that's exactly what we saw them do here. They pulled out the Pikachu, Clefable in the final game, as well as the Mamoswine, which just did work in that front line, constantly stunning members of Flip It over and over again. That's exactly what we saw. Really good game there from Bad Bash 5 to take away the grand finals. And that is it. Look at these scores here as well. Serena 9-9. What a crazy game for them.
Right. And look at that Mammoth with 15 assists. He has been involved in 15 knockouts. And the total
Mhm.
knockout is somewhere around 20, I guess, 5, 5, 10, 19, and 23. And he has been
Yep.
involved in 15 of them. So just think about how much he has been involved in all the fights and to make sure that all of the damage has been soaked into him.
Yeah, that Mammoth Swine, I'm interested to see their tank numbers as well. But we were talking about how the Mammoth Swine has risen up after Worlds as just a premier frontliner when it never really was before. The Ice Fang combinations, we can see they tanked 59,000 damage, the most in the team, and the Slowbro as well on Flip It, just soaking up as much damage as possible from that Pikachu, that Serena, the Urshifu, those core damage dealers on Bad Mash 5, but it wasn't enough because Bad Mash just absolutely mashed those buttons as badly as they could. I don't know. I tried to make a pun. It didn't quite work. We got there. They won the game. They won the game.
So, Badmash technically means naughty in Hindi. So
Oh,
naughty they
okay.
are because the final fight was just amazing. They made sure to target that Hoopa. Magic Gun was not as magical in the end as it was supposed to be. It never
Mhm.
got unbound. And look at here. Pikachu doing 71,000 damage is always good to
Yep.
see. Ragnar with 77,000 damage. Kid with 62 or Genius with 62. That has been the peak game of this
Mhm.
tournament that I have witnessed today. And I don't think we can expect a better climax to this entire event this time.
Yeah, that was absolutely an exciting set. We were able to see it go to 3 games. Not the bracket reset, unfortunately, but Bad Mash is proving why they deserve to win this phase of the AEOS League India. We also saw Clefable dealing over 100,000 healing, which is insane, just making sure they're keeping all those members alive for the big KO numbers that we saw in that final match. Big congratulations to Bad Mash 5. They absolutely deserve to take home this title. Really exciting to see today. And I'm excited as well to be back next week for even more casting so we can see even more of what the India League has to offer.
So next week we have phase three, where three of the invited teams are coming. I guess you might know a few of them. There's gonna be True Gravity, the TR, Zeddy Game Squad, and the none other than Soul itself. They will be
Mm-hmm.
joining here on these five teams for the phase three fight. It's gonna be the 8 teams competing to make sure to show the world that these are not grassroots teams. If they're going up against something like Soul, then they deserve to be there. And
Mm-hmm.
what I need to say that this tournament, this phase two entirely has been amazing. We saw the 16 teams fight it out. Top tier, bottom bracket did not matter. IND elites. I have to give the shout out to a few of the teams. IND elites had a epic run. Once they got knocked out in the second round, they did not concede a single match. A single match until they went up against something like Flip It.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, we saw Willixim. Willixim on day one did not win a single match, did not lose a single match, but on day two, for some reason, they were not able to win a single match. Same
Yeah.
with Matka Believers, they played extremely well. Flip It obviously played extremely well, and Badmash 5 just had an undefeated run, which is probably the dream run you can have in a tournament like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really great teams and Bad Mash 5 coming out on top in this phase 2. Big stuff coming for the AOS League India in phase 3 next week. Make sure you tune in for that as well. We are going to be seeing the top teams in India face off in the phase 3. It should be really exciting, almost as, potentially even more exciting as the excitement that we saw in today's matches, which were unbelievably close, had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. Excited to see more.
Right, and before we go, let me thank you, Husky, so much for being here. I hope you had a good time. Please tell me, how did you feel? How was your experience here?
I mean, it was great. I love being able to see different teams than I usually see. I'm always excited to pick up some casting opportunities, especially with INGAGE. My first time casting with you guys has been super fun. It is early for me, and I am a little bit sick, so I'm sorry if I'm not completely on my A game. But still, nonetheless, it was a great time today. And I'm excited to be back next week as well.
All right. So with that, we are coming to the end of phase two. I would like to thank Engage for bringing us such an exciting tournament, and Husky, definitely a big thanks to you for joining. Thanks to Lobo, it's Fu Whitey, and then there was obviously Spartan. Big thanks to all of you for being a part of this phase two. It's not over yet. There's still gonna be phase three. We will be back there. So make sure you do subscribe to the channel, leave us a like because a lot of you have not liked the video yet. So you should do that. And with that, I believe this is the end of phase two, and this will be us signing out for today.
See you guys next week. Bye.